Beauty sparks recognition such that something is remembered. Something we remember because it's something we actually always desire. That's the point. What is it we desire? What is the truth beneath all our desires? What is the true desire that informs all our desires? In a way, to understand that, we have to be purged. We have to be purged. Beauty unveils and shows us the truth of being itself, and we remember. That is what we desire, but very quickly forget. Beauty unveils and shows us the truth of being. Beauty is a translucence of being. Beauty is the revelation of being. And we know this to be true because of our recognition. Because I guess our recognition of beauty, our recollection, can actually be called by another name. It's a name that had to do with last sessions, the last series I gave. It can be called joy. Joy. I'll finish there for this hour and we can questions.
Just a reflection. This has got nothing, but it's very interesting. I just read in the tablet a comment on the death of Elizabeth Taylor, and apparently at her funeral, she was the poem of Jeremy Hopkins, The Leaden Echo and the Golden Echo, was read.
Sorry, which one?
The Leaden Echo and the Golden Echo.
All right.
And it deals, of course, with beauty, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The poem.
And
I just make that as an interesting comment because I see it seems to have some tie-in. Because, the poem.
Yeah.
And they said that Bridget Burton had recorded it on many occasions.
All right.
It was something that she loved very much.
Okay. I should try and find out if there is.
She did a lot of good for people who was, on the margins.
Yeah.
She has her, I think she has a lot of goodness despite the hazards of hazards.
Hello. You framed your argument, your discussion in terms of the visual arts. I presume the same sort of logic could be applied to music.
I'm sure, yeah.
I know it's your Achilles heel.
Yes.
But certainly I find a lot of what you said very much relevant to music and the development or the basement of it. So, I think it was summarised. I was talking to someone who's a very good musician, and I said, "Who's your favourite composer?" He said, "You can't ask that." I said, "What do you mean? So Beethoven is as good as the Beatles?" He said, "Well, you can't ask that." And I thought, well, it wasn't so much about him, it was really about the education.
The milieu,
The milieu. Yeah. That everything was as good as everything else, and it was just a matter of someone's opinion. Even though he was a very skilled musician, technically.
Yeah. Look, I actually do think, one of the hopeful things is that there has been in the last 10, 20 years, many artists in many disciplines who are reacting against what is going on. But I think one of the great problems and very dispiriting to them, again, I think especially for musicians, is the internet. And the reason for that is because 95% of music downloaded from the net is downloaded illegally. Consequently, it means big bands as well are out of pocket in a big way, but it really affects struggling artists because it means if they bring out a CD or anything like that, it's going to get uploaded and then downloaded by others. And that's why so many artists have to keep performing because and get all this merchandise like t-shirts and out there. So I think it's really, really difficult for a lot of musicians especially to be able to function within this milieu. And I think that actually operates in a number of ways across the board as well for other artists. but musicians are the ones, and I guess filmmakers too, the ones who are really suffering with that. So. Well, okay, if you want to break, and we'll have a coffee. At the end of the first hour, well, what we were asking in the first hour is, why is friction so important? We might ask, why does gravity give gravitas? Why is friction so important, and why is gravity, does it give gravitas? Let's recall last week what I was saying about ghosts. The sense of the insubstantial, which is chaotic. So the insubstantial, we might say, is friction-free. The insubstantial is friction-free, hence I suppose ghosts going through walls, that kind of stuff.
It might cause friction.
Possibly it wears out your walls, you've got problems. It's not termites, it's ghosts. So the insubstantial is largely, let us say, we'll qualify it, friction-free, in the sense that it lacks solidity. It lacks solidity. What is solidity? Unfortunately, we tend to merely understand solidity by the sensory sense of, oh, well, it's solid. And yes, there's a sense to solidity of that material solidness. But solidity means definition, it means a depth, it means identity. To be solid means to have an identity. Now, I often point out, the guru trick of saying, well, because this solid table is made up of molecules, and those molecules of atoms, and those atoms made up of subatomic field events that are not really solid like this, therefore this doesn't really exist, isn't solid. It's a trick. It has to do with systems ontology, which I'll come back to in future weeks. It just simply means that a solidity is the identity of a system. That's what substance is proper. The identity proper of a system. Its solidity. It is not chaotic. To the degree that anything's chaotic is the degree it's insubstantial. It's got no identity. Chaotic. It's not vaporous. The insubstantial, the chaotic, is vaporous. It's here today, gone in the next second. That kind of stuff. Increasingly, therefore, the insubstantial is friction-free, sort of vaporous, we could say, chaotic, fragmented. All of which things are, I guess, synonyms really for insubstantial. It's fragmenting. And there's another sense to all of this that we could sum it up. There's a violence. What we mean by that is simply things clash up or go against or start to dissolve each other. They fragment each other. It's a kind of progressive system, a kind of entropy, and until finally that violence itself diffuses. Beauty does something very different. Beauty, as I said in my handout, has a sense of union, or the desire for union. So beauty has a sense of union, of uniting, be it the viewer with what is viewed. Beauty has a sense of uniting. We want to become one with it, even though we might increasingly interpret this desire for union as a kind of controlling ownership. But beauty fulfills and gives us that remembering of beingness. But that remembering of beingness is substance, is the identity of being proper. So that when we see the beautiful, when we see and we recollect, that sense of recollect that I said in the first hour, what it is we are remembering is really substance, is the beingness of creation. And that's why, in that moment, everything else seems insignificant, even your problems. Because when you see being, you really experience meaning and purpose, you experience a beauty, you experience substance. And everything else, by comparison, seems insubstantial. I'm just saying about the experience of it. A sense of waking up. That's why when you have that beautiful feeling of beauty, it's that sense almost like a waking up on a beautiful fresh spring morning. Ghosts seem friction-free. They are, throughout most religions, seen as polluting. Ghosts and demons are seen as unclean, as being sources of pollution. They're seen often to be as evil or lost, pointless entities. But, as I stress, they are often come across as polluting, unclean things. And that's expressed in many different ways, of course, throughout cultures. Ghosts seem friction-free, and thus are probably well at home in cyberspace. I guess on the web, no one knows you're a ghost. It's a friction-free world, and in a way, it's a ghostly world. And it's a ghostly world because it's a manipulable world. It's insubstantial, and you can do anything you want, really. Again, let's cast our mind back to last week in the Church Fathers. Sin and evil is a fall away into less than being. A fall into insubstantiality. That's why sin and evil are often seen in this way, as being vaporous, chaotic, fragmenting, desiring friction-free fulfillment of the passions. Sin and evil are a fall into less than being, into insubstantiality, into chaos, into an emptiness. Because, of course, that's the other term that is often used to describe this state. The void, or empty, and indeed, when we read things like Hesiod, the early Greek writer, chaos in Greek actually tends to mean that. So when Hesiod writes of chaos at the beginning, chaos, it's actually not in a way that whole sense of vaporous, chaotic, fragmenting, but it has a sense of void and empty, albeit a void and emptiness of insubstantiality and what we come to term as chaos. But chaos and emptiness are not of being, are not of creation per se. They are not the origin of creation. They are the expression and result of sin. Sin becomes increasingly easeful, easy. And that's what we see in our culture, in our art. Evil is easy, good is hard. I guess we all know that. Evil and sin are easy, good is difficult. Take art. Clearly, it's an easy thing to seem profound by employing sex, violence, wickedness, dirt, filth, darkness, demons, or what have you. It's very, very easy to seem profound in that way. But to portray good is very, very difficult. And thus, to portray good, we often end up just being kitsch. Because it's easy to do kitsch. But to portray good is a very, very difficult thing. And you might think of it in things like this. A child can kill a man. obviously. You give a child a gun, as has happened in certain states in Africa, a child can kill lots of men who don't have guns. It's clearly not a difficult thing technically to do, to kill someone. Obviously it's very, very easy, all things considered. It's an easy thing to abort a child. It's very easy. But it's a very difficult thing to preserve and nurture life. Obviously it's very difficult. If you have a person there who's crippled, it's easier to put a gun to their head and kill them and problem solved. But if you're to take them and look after them and help them and nurture them and feed them, we all know it's far more difficult. Evil is easy and good is difficult. It's hard. Evil strives and is almost friction-free. Good is loaded with friction. Some of the great series and films that I think manage to present the good, in my opinion, things like Singing Detectives, and I think the series The Sopranos. I'm sure there are others. And the reason why I say things like The Sopranos, which is about New Jersey crime mafia family over 6 series, is that there is that play of the use of darkness and light, the chiaroscuro. Which is often goes with chiasmos. That is, Rembrandt is known as the great employer of the chiaroscuro, the use of dark and light, that kind of balance, using darkness as a foil to show the light. And chiasmos is to use tension to create and show life. In other words, both work in a way with friction, with gravity, with tension. Something like The Sopranos does it, I think, in a very good way. And if you look through the 6 series, yes, it's full of porn and violence as might be expected, and foul language. But beneath it all is the hound of heaven, is God. And this comes out quite a few times explicitly, but then is the run and the warp of the series, not least by the theme of grace. Again and again, Tony Soprano, the head boss, is again and again extended grace by God, but that in very subtle narrative ways. But at the same time, he's in analysis. He's seeing psychoanalysis all through the series. This is a major story in which he suffers depression. And the problem is, instead of the analysis saying, it's because you're a really wicked, evil man doing really wicked, evil things and you ought to repent, again and again the analysis understands something like that's going on, and she realizes through all the course that she too is becoming corrupted. And in fact, she dispenses New Age-like wisdom, which in fact Tony Soprano goes and uses in running the mafia, and does really well. Finds really good use for it. Now, with it all, the analysis, because she has engagements with other of her co-workers, her cohorts, realizes what she's been doing is just helping Tony Soprano. The point is that I'm raising through all of this is that there is a theme, an underlying theme that goes through it all. And if you're not aware of it, it is easy to miss if you don't chart it. Of course, it's very easy to be taken by the immediacy of the stories and the drama, but that is like our life. It's very easy to be taken by the drama and to miss the undercurrents that are going on, just as Francis Thompson is writing The Hounds of Heaven. What is it that's going on insofar as broken relationships or upset hopes or failed hopes? What is it that might be going on with all of that? Here I want to read, it's Auden's, and for the sake of politeness I'll I'll replace the last. I've just lost one, sorry. See, did you get one? Oh no, I've got it. Here you go. It's a song of the devil, and it's a devil. It's a song, and it's a jaunty little number. Auden, I think, was one of the great poets of the 20th century. This is sort of rather different to many of his poems, but I think it captures well. And it's a devil ruminating and discussing about the nature of the souls and their forms of justification. Ever since observation taught me temptation is a matter of timing, I've tried to close my fiction in up-to-date diction to the contemporary jargon of pride. I can recall when, to win the more obstinate round, the best way was to say to them, sin no more, that grace may abound. Since social psychology replaced theology, the process goes twice as quick. If a conscience is tender and loath to surrender, I only have to whisper, you're sick. Puritanical morality is madly non-you. Enhance your personality with a romance with two. If you pass up a dame, you have yourself to blame, for shame is neurotic, so snatch. All rules are too formal, in fact they're abnormal for any desire. Is natch. So take your proper share, man of dope and drink. Aren't you the chairman of Ego Inc.? Free will is a mystical myth, as statistical methods have objectively shown. A fad of the churches since the latest researches into motivation, it's known. The honour is hypocrisy, honesty a joke. You live in a democracy, lie like other folk. Since men are like goods, what are shouldn'ts or should when you are the leading brand? Let them all drop dead, your way ahead. Beat them up if they dare to demand. What may your intention be, or what might ensue? There's a difference of dimension between the rest and you. If in the scrimmage of business your image should ever tarnish or stale, public relations can take it and make it shine like a knight of the Grail. You can mark up the price that you sell at if your package has glamour and show. Values are relative. Dough is dough. So let each, while you may think you're more okay, more yourself than anyone else, till you find that you're hooked, your goose is cooked, and you're only a cipher of hells. Believe while you can that I'm proud of you. Enjoy your dream. I'm so bored with the whole effing crowd of you, I could scream. Again, we might think about the way the devil is portrayed in Hollywood. As I said last week, why is the devil or things demonic presented as deep, profound and sophisticated? As I often say, the idea of the criminal often in Hollywood is as a dark, sophisticated, educated mastermind. I'm sure there must be one or two in the millions of criminals, but in my experience in working at the King's Cross in social work and sitting in the Royal Commission and so forth, I've yet to ever meet one or to hear one. Most of them are fools and idiots, ruthless fools and idiots, and hence their success, but they certainly aren't dark and sophisticated. The point is, violence and evil are obvious in The Sopranos, because violence and evil are obvious. But the work of grace and religion is not obvious, it is subtle. Violence is able to be portrayed immediately so, because violence is not deep. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a pacifist, it is clearly necessary. It's not deep, though it may well be necessary, as I say. As I say, anyone can kill in seconds a person but few can nurture a life over many years. Violence is immediate in effect. Good works harder, and often at subtle tangents. Its effects are often not immediate, but its effects, being deep, are mediate. Violence seeks the removal of opposition. In other words, the removal of friction. The good works with what causes friction, but in order to transform it. And that is obviously the Christian theology of grace. And of course it's writ large at the cross. Good works with what causes friction in order to transform it. And thus again, I would argue in the Sopranos, there is something of that logic that is attempted to be worked out, but because there is a necessity of freely cooperating with grace, well, it appears that Tony comes a cropper, though it's not quite clear what happens in the end. Grace and good work in order to elevate, to make of what is bad, to make it life and goodness. As I say, it's not too difficult to see how doing good requires more work, more engagement with friction, more than evil does. Now, such is clearly the case with moral action. And that's the point. In the 20th century, that is what has been called the medicalisation of morality. It's what Auden is making fun of as well. Well, you're doing something wrong, well, you're sick. It's not your fault, it's you're sick. In other words, our culture tends to operate to actually take away a sense of moral responsibility, and thereby, I'd argue, kill people. To the degree you take away moral expectation and responsibility is the degree that you will enervate a people. You will strip the life from them because you treat them as less than human. As I say, I think it's pretty obvious that all of this applies with moral action. But I think too we can see something of it in art. And that's what my point was in the first hour, in art. But that's a problem. Technos aims at removing friction. It aims at streamlined productivity, at efficiency and pragmatism. And again, that is good and proper in its place in mechanics, and I guess probably in business. But as soon as you do what Warhol set out to do, whether he did it ironically or not, when you make art to be business and vice versa, or as cyber graphic artists do, to make art friction-free, free of talent and canvas, then of course what you've done is you've made art able to be owned. You've made artistry able to be easily owned. Art becomes a commodity production, streamlined and efficient. And thus, you can easily become an artist by simply declaring yourself to be an artist. All is art. I say this is art in a kind of Duchamp way. Consequently, it is art. In other words, I don't actually have to argue for it. I merely pronounce, and it is so. In a way, it's almost like God creating from nothing. Such is it friction-free that I define what art is, and this is art. Again, if you think back to the Henson saga, I went through a lot of the major literature to actually find out what it was that people were claiming is a definition of art. And by and large, the answer was, oh really, there's no definition. It's what you say is art. In other words, it's friction-free. And if art is simply going to be then statement and slogans like advertising or political slogans, which a lot of contemporary art is, then it's even easier to do. You just take what is the current slogans, be they PC or anti-PC, because you might want to have a bit of a frisson, a bit of a daring do with it. So, we might think of things like, I guess, a medicalization of morality and drug culture, drugs that can, only a few weeks ago, claiming they can make us moral, for they will remove the tendencies that require overcoming. Those who are angry and aggressive can just take a pill and cease to be angry and aggressive, which I suppose is quite good for those who live around that person. But it's not a moral thing. To the degree in which you have an operation or a tablet that removes any kind of temptation or necessity to confront, you have obviously, for good or bad, destroyed the moral dimension, obviously. Again, it's friction-free, or the goal is friction-free. So, or you go by redefinition. With art, we so redefine it that art means anything I define it to be, like Humpty Dumpty. Words mean whatever I want them to mean. In other words, redefinition. What is morality made easy? Quite simply, following one's heart. If that's all that to be moral, if that's all that is to be authentic, to follow what I feel, then it's friction-free. It's easy. Morality becomes self-referential, I guess. It's me. It's my desires. And if you think of economic theories of Adam Smith, that's exactly what it is. And it's not just about the free hand, the hidden free hand. Adam Smith tried to argue, along with a lot of others like David Hume, that the free markets would be restrained by sympathies, by the sympathy we feel naturally for another. Well, I don't know that many actually believe that that's the case, but today, as if therefore we need no legislation of the market. The point I'm making here is that in modernity, from the 17th century onwards, again and again, the notion is towards an idea of insubstantiality, of friction-free, of redefining the meaning of things such that they become easier. In a sense, not just art, but morality becomes kitsch. It becomes insubstantial and friction-free, a kind of princess world, or prince world if you like. Francis Thompson's Hound of God is a poem that I think gives us a clue to the way in which God's grace works. This raises a very important question. Does God's grace work in that subtle narrative undercurrent way because it's something arbitrary, because that's the way God decided? Or is it because the grace has to work that way, because in working that way it corresponds to that which is to be saved? Us. And through us all creation. What I'm saying is this. Many, especially from Protestantism onwards, understood grace to be, as it were, completely and utterly opposed to created things, to the ways of creation. Such that really grace is so totally other to creation that it's almost arbitrary. But in a Catholic, and I guess Orthodox theology, the grace of redemption perfects the grace of creation. Because of course all things were brought to be through the grace of God being brought out of nothing. And thus the redemption of creation corresponds to the nature of creation, and first and foremost to our nature. So, one of the things I bring out a lot, and I think I mentioned last week, and I bring out in a lot of courses, is this. If the Bible is God's revelation, the prophetic word, then what it says is that God privileges poetry and narrative over prescriptive discourse. The prophets rarely, if ever, speak in bullet point, but they speak in poetry. Why is that? Why does God do that? Why does God work, in Francis Thompson's work, as a kind of subtle presence that works and yet pushes the narrative of the person's life? Why in Sopranos is it that grace works in this undercurrent way, every now and then breaking the surface but then very quickly being lost sight of? Why is it that we have to be spoken to in that way? Why does the grace of God work that way? What is it about that grace that answers to the very constitution of creation, the very beingness of being? In a way, it does it in ways we could never guess, of which we'll be coming back to. But we could say this: God's grace meets friction with friction. God's grace meets friction with friction. It's not a Gnostic idea. The Gnostic idea of, really, well, had nothing to do with matter or creation. We're just going to go to the pure spiritual ethereal realms where there is no matter. It's not a kind of Hindu or Buddhist idea. Well, none of this really matters because it's Maya, it's illusion. It's not really substance. It's nothing like that. Christianity is a material theology, you could say. At least in the outworking of grace, it meets friction with friction. It is not a modernist evangelical product that if you follow the 4 spiritual steps on the back of a pamphlet, bingo, you're 100% saved. It's modernity, making even the mysteries of the salvation of grace in Christianity to be nothing more than an easy step, immediate response. God's grace works supernaturally so, in the correct sense of that word. Super means to be above, yet continuous with the grace of creation. The supernatural is not the ghostly. Properly speaking, theology, supernatural is not to do with ghosts. It has to do with solidity, with the perfection of the very identity of the beingness of all things. That's why when you look at the vision of the New Jerusalem in the book of Revelation, what is the metaphors and languages it uses? Not of ethereal shapes and wispy clouds, but of diamonds, jagged stones, that kind of stuff. Things that are hard and fast, and you push up too much, you'll cut yourself with. You can't cut yourself on a cloud, as far as I know, anyway. You can't cut yourself on an ethereal whisper. But on that kind of solidity you could. God perfects us in accord with what we properly are, in accord with created being. And this requires, for all of creation, our cooperation, our willing. This is the logic of purgatory. Contrary to that kind of Protestant evangelical of a sudden 100% righteous, grace works to purge us. It's Francis Thompson's point there. We must be purged in order to see the splendor of being, and thereby the beauty of being, and through the beauty of being, the author of being. And what does purging require? Friction. It requires friction. As Job puts it, water washes away stones, the falling mountain crumbles away. So dost thou destroy man's hope, O Lord. Water washes away stones, the falling mountain crumbles away. So dost thou destroy man's hope, O Lord. Grace often comes to us as friction to wear us down, to destroy the false hope, kitsch hope, until being worn down we begin to see. And in the depths of sorrow, even despair, we begin to taste of joy, because what we see is the truly beautiful. I'll finish with Francis Thompson. This is at the end. Now of that long pursuit comes on at hand the voice, that voice is round me like a bursting sea. And is thy earth so marred, shattered in shard on shard? Lo, all things fly thee, for thou fliest me. That's okay. Sorry, you got the last page? Okay, sorry about that. I'll have to. All right. Okay, well, I'll try and go. Okay. Okay, well, you just have to listen. I'll try and get it for you next week. And that last page, you'll just have to insert it in there. Okay, sorry. So the voice speaks to me. Speaks to him. That voice is round me like a bursting sea, and this is where you haven't got. And this is the voice speaking to him. And is thy earth so marred, shattered in shard on shard? Lo, all things fly thee, for thou fliest from me. Strange, piteous, futile thing, wherefore should any set thee love apart? Seeing none but I makes much of naught, he said, and human love needs human meriting. Hast thou merited of all man's clotted clay the dingiest clot? Alack, thou knowest not how little worthy of any love thou art. Whom wilt thou find to love ignoble thee, save me, save only me? All which I took from thee I did but take, not for thy harms, but just that thou mightest seek it in my arms. All of which thy child's mistake fancies as lost, I have stored for thee at home. Rise, clasp my hand and come. Halts by me that footfall, is my gloom after all? Shade of his hand outstretched caressingly, our fondest, blindest, weakest. I am he whom thou seekest. Thou dravest love from thee, who dravest me. In other words, that which he was driving away was God, and that which he desired he was driving away. So what we are about is trying to understand what it is we truly and fully desire. For it is in those moments when we see something truly beautiful that what it is we recollect is in fact what it is we really truly desire. Look, I'll finish then we can press. In a bit, did you get that Stephen Edgar poem at rest? Okay, well look, if you can read that for next week as well. Now, I should say, Stephen Edgar is a contemporary poet. He's still alive, who lives in Sydney, and in my opinion is one of the great poets alive today. No, just one. Those two.
Does Judaism I assume Judaism has grace, God's grace. Is it? Does Judaism?
Look, I'll only just talk about the Judaism at the time of Jesus. When we read the Dead Sea Scrolls, yes, of course there's grace, chesed. Yes, very much so, and indeed the very understanding of the creation of Israel as God's people is a matter of grace. However, and this is St. Paul's argument, St. Paul doesn't go out of his way to annul law. The Torah is very important. What it is this. if you read the Dead Sea Scrolls and other Jewish literature of the time, grace serves law. You are saved, as it were, for the law. The law, Torah, actually became the idea that, in fact, all creation was created for Torah, out of Torah, in fact. So, in other words, yes, you were saved by grace, and by grace you were able then, or meant to, keep the law. So, it's not that you were saved by law, and that certainly is not a doctrine, but the argument is that law, Torah, the laws, are over and above grace. Grace buttresses the law. Grace serves the law. What St. Paul does, and what Jesus does, reverses that. Torah, the laws, serve grace. And that's why St. Paul in Romans and Galatians, etc., will argue that's the purpose of the law. It is meant to strip us, so that in chapter 3 of Romans he says, both Jew and Gentile realize they are not righteous, and they are silenced of their boasting, and consequently they are open then to hearing grace. So law serves grace, not grace serves law. And it, as I say, that as St. Paul says, the law is holy and is not annihilated, just as Israel as the people of God is not annihilated, but they are perfected in and for grace, which of course is then seen in the church. So. Some of you want an early mark, I can see you're fidgeting nervously. Okay, well then we'll next week, all being well. I'm pondering this. We'll start properly now. What is it that we desire? I guess, what is it we desire? And I think many of us would tend to think that that was an easy question to ask. And here we are. Here's the... I guess we tend to think that it's an easy question to know what it is that we desire, but quite plainly we don't need just a century or more of psychoanalysis to tell us that often what it is we really desire is hidden from us. But just on a very basic level, almost tautological, we might say, what is it that we desire? Is we desire to be happy. I guess I say it's tautological because really it's a circular statement. We say that what we desire is that which we want, and what we want is to be happy. But having said that, as I pointed out in the handout, what is it to be happy? What is the content of happiness? What does happiness look like? And we would say that happiness looks beautiful. And we may not think this first of all, but if you think about it, then I think it starts to become clear. Again, it's rather tautological in a way. If we think about the beauty of a happy family, a happy couple, a happy and gracious individual, truly so, we know that such an individual or such a family is very, very attractive, and indeed can make us envious. Such happiness moves us all, even if for some dark reason we end up envying it and seeking in subtle ways to destroy it. I think this is something endemic in humanity this side of the fall. We'll deny it, but our actions betray our real intent often. In short, the evil eye is often our own. You know, the evil eye, the idea in certain countries that if you have a newborn baby, you don't say the baby's very beautiful and happy and joyous and will have a great life. Instead you say, oh, what an ugly baby, oh, it's destined for doom. It's to ward off the evil eye, the idea that demons or gods are going to become jealous in that kind of hubristic, in that sense of nemesis punishing hubris in the Greek tragedies. We try to ward them off. But in a way, the evil eye is our own. When we say a person is gracious, we mean by that they have beautiful manners. Have beautiful manners. The problem is, though, and this exemplifies the problem with beauty and happiness and everything else in between, problem is that manners quickly become etiquette and become ugly. Manners, when they're corrupted, become etiquette and they become ugly. Thus, if you think about what manners are at root the concern for others. The concern for others. The fact that if you live in a room, in an apartment building, and you're playing music, you know, and you always have in your head the fact that the world extends beyond the four walls and the ceiling. You have an awareness of the other, even though they're not sensory present. And that's what manners really are. In principle, is a concern and looking out for others. Etiquette is the use of manners for one's own concern. Which knife you use, or what you're meant to say on this occasion, this kind of stuff. The protocol that has a place in diplomacy, etc., a very good place, but clearly has very little place except as a means of excluding others in general social life. Etiquette is a means of sneering at others. Oh, look at that. They use a fork to eat their cake. Believe it or not, in English aristocracy, you use a spoon. I just suggest that you ever do, because it's an idea of, oh look, they think they're upper class because they're eating cake with a fork. That's how bad it can get. And of course, they can be a means of excluding others. So manners are good, and graciousness is defined by manners, and yet we kill what we desire and what we pursue. And in a sense, all the time we are fleeing what we truly desire. Now I'm going to read, I'm not going to read all of the poems I've given you, but I'm just going to read some selections as we go through from Francis Thompson's work, The Hound of Heaven. I'm just going to read the first part of that. It's about him being pursued by God, of course. I fled him down the nights and down the days. I fled him down the arches of the years. I fled him down the labyrinthine ways of my own mind, and in the mist of tears I hid from him, and under running laughter, up vistaed hopes I sped, and shot precipitated adown titanic glooms of chasm fears. From those strong feet that followed after, but with unhurrying chase and unperturbed pace, deliberate speed, majestic instancy, they beat, and a voice beat, more instant than the feet. All things betray thee who betrayest me. So what is beauty? What is it that we feel and think that we pursue? And let's again approach this question at a tangent, which, given what we spoke of last week in terms of immediacy and mediacy, to approach at a tangent in respect of poetry is entirely relevant. When we experience something, what do we feel? This is the point I raised in that handout I gave last week. What is it we feel? When we see something, I mean anything. We see, as I said in that handout, a beautiful landscape or a work of art, a car perhaps, or a person walking by. What is it we feel? First of all, we are, you could say, transfixed. We stare, possibly showing bad manners, and sometimes we might even look away, but even our looking away is a sign that we are transfixed by the object of beauty. In other words, beauty makes us look. Beauty arrests our attention, makes us look. Let's do a lot of other things, but beauty makes us look. The second thing is, we want to be a part of it. And possibly this is where problems start to come in. We want to be a part of beauty, which can often translate as being, we want to own it. We want to own beauty. Thus, if we see a far off beautiful light illuminating a hill, we feel a longing to be there. Or a beautiful art. We want to be immersed in it. Or a beautiful person. We might want Congress marriage. The sense of beauty is we want to be a part of it. So, first of all, we are fixed, it makes us look. The second thing is we want to be part of it, we want to have a kind of unity with it. Thirdly, we see beauty as being valuable. We see beauty, in fact, not just being valuable, but related to that as being meaningful. Meaningful. In a way, when you see something beautiful, if someone said to you, what does it mean? In a sense, you often say, what do you mean what it means? Look at it. Look at it. It's valuable because it's incredibly meaningful. And indeed, beauty will often seem to promise the fulfillment of all our dreams, hopes. In other words, beauty seems to promise happiness. Obviously, we might desire some really lovely, beautiful shoes, and we will imagine it'll make us very happy, and it will for a while. Or a car, or a person, and we'll think, if only I could share my life with them, my life would be fulfilled. They're my soul sister or soul man or what have you. They will fulfill me. Beauty promises fulfillment, and it promises the fullness of meaning. It even promises hope. So putting all these things together, the fourth point, beauty has a promise of completion. Beauty actually has that kind of hint, that promise that your life, your happiness will be complete, will be fulfilled. And thus, we intimate that what is beautiful is the source and location of our happiness. Thus, beauty is valuable, for in a sense, beauty is the sum of all meaning. Of all meaning. And I mean meaning in the widest sense of that term, not least the sense of purpose. Your purpose. Because that's what that sense of fulfillment is. But, as I put in a handout, I'm sure all of us here know, being over the age of 3 years old, all of us here know, here's the problem. We go over to that far off hill, to that beautiful place of light, and pleasant though it may be, somehow it is not the way we imagined it ought to be if we got there. Somehow when we go to that far off hill where the beautiful light falls, we go there and it might be nice and warm and pleasant, but somehow it's not quite as fulfilling and meaningful as we thought. A bit like, I think, smelling coffee roasting. It never ever tastes as lovely as it smells. Or even, perhaps this is my personal taste, cooking garlic. Always smells beautiful. And though it could taste nice, it never matches the smell of promise. So purchase the artwork and it soon grows far too familiar. Buy the car and the original zing is soon lost. Marry the beautiful person and soon enough you learn that they can be as boring, tedious, irritating as anyone else, including oneself. In other words, as was noted last week, it often seems that the sure way to kill beauty is to seek to own it. It seems as if, and this is my point last week, as if an essential element of beauty is distance. As I argued last week, this side of the fall at least, an essential element of intimacy is distance. Now let's step back a bit. Let's have some distance a bit and think about these points. All those points and all the things I've just been talking about. What is the common denominator? What's implicit in everything I've been mentioning? You, yes.
It's for yourself, it's you.
You,
Yeah.
the viewer. The viewer. That's what's common to it all. So that raises then the question that I brought up in respect of Heidegger last week, when for Heidegger, remember, he saw that the essential element of nihilism was subjectivism. This idea in modernity, at least that's how he saw it, that the subject, the idea that man was a measure of all things, is corrupting. That it loses a kind of objectivity, as it were, the distance of being. Subjectivism, we call it today, which we all know it's very popular expressions, which are usually relativistic. The idea of, that's a subjective opinion, which when people use it, it's a cliche that tends to mean that's merely an opinion, it isn't objectively true. In other words, how is it in modernity that somehow the thinking subject, the reasoning subject, becomes a problem for truth, for understanding the truth of things? And certainly from the 17th century on, that is a major problem for modern philosophy, for what is called epistemology. The idea of, can we truly know things in themselves objectively? Because obviously we're subjects and everything has to conform, as it were, to the structures of our subjectivity. And of course, today, as I say, basically it seems a kind of implicit capitulation to say, can't be done, so what? Everything's subjective, everything's just merely a matter of opinion. And in a way, that's what Heidegger understood and thought was subjectivism proper. That's why he saw it as nihilism. In a way, consequently, ipso facto, per se, we're like some strange figure in a fairy tale that corrupts everything it touches. Like King Midas, we desire gold or we desire truth, and thereby we touch everything and it turns into our gold, our truth, and corrupts everything. I'll read the second part, but this is not following on, so I wouldn't try to. He goes on to talk about the fact that nature cannot give what it promises. In vain my tears were wet on heaven's great cheek, for we know not what each other says. These things and I, in sound I speak, their sound is but their stir, they speak by silences. Nature, poor stepdame, cannot slake my drouth. Let her, if she would owe me, drop yon blue bosom veil of sky and show me the breasts of her tenderness. Never did any milk of hers once bless my thirsting mouth, nigh and nigh draws a chase. with unperturbed pace, deliberate speed, majestic instancy, and past those noised feet, a voice comes yet more fleet. Lo, naught contents thee, who contenteth not me. So cry to the heavens and to nature for her to fulfill you. Well, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, at least when approached in the wrong way. So pointed out in the handout, that corruption of beauty, that corruption of everything we wish, is writ large in kitsch. Of course, we all know kitsch. But that's the interesting thing too in the modern world. From at least Salvador Dali onwards, through people like Andy Warhol and pop art, through to Jeff Koons, kitsch is no longer kitsch. Kitsch is acceptable because it's a little bit ironic, but it doesn't even matter if it's ironic anymore. Kitsch, pictures of doe-eyed children, sunsets, horses galloping, chocolate box art we used to call it. Kitsch, however, as I say, through the use of irony, is now acceptable to such a degree that really, even though some of the major art theorists in the 1930s and 40s excoriated kitsch as being, in the words of some, evil, today I suppose it's very rarely actually mentioned, and if at all, merely to refer to periods of contemporary art. Kitsch is the attempt to fix a kind of immediate apprehension of depth, of profundity and even desire. That's what kitsch is, it's sentiments. Sentimentality is kitsch. What is sentimentality? It's easy passions, easy emotions. This is what most films play on. It's, you know, all the tear-jerkers or violent films or lustful films. It's pornography. It appeals directly to your lusts and passions and sentiments. And it does so by formula. It's an attempt to fix an immediate apprehension of depth, profundity and desire. In other words, what kitsch is the eradication of distance, is the eradication of immediacy. In short, it's advertising. The message is unsubtle, it's in your face, and its aim is to have an attempt at a quick, if not immediate, response. Now look, kitsch and advertising have their place, their legitimate place. Of course they do. As decoration, kitsch can be whatever your tastes are. The problem is this hierarchy, as I intimated last week. As soon as what happened in pop art occurs, and pop art, of course, from the early 60s onward, well, late 50s onwards, was the removing of the boundary between high art and low art. That was its stated aim. To say, look, low art, advertising, comic books and all that, they're just as important as high art. So, that's what happens in modernity. The removing of boundaries and barriers and hierarchy. We level things out. And kitsch is no longer kitsch, I guess. Tell me that. Kitsch is what beauty becomes when it is caged, when it is brought under our control. But in a way, that's a little misleading. What I mean by that is that control. What is it we mean by control? Remember last week, Heidegger and a lot of people don't like technology. They see that the fall into technology is a forgetting of being. And again, like I said last week, I agree. When, that is, technology doesn't stay in its place and begins to take the privileged place. When you remove the boundaries and borders, of course technology is going to start to dominate even our thinking. But what is it we mean by control? You see, this is the problem. When people condemn control or ownership proper, they fall into the myth of spontaneous generation. The idea is you can't control anything, you can't own anything, everything must be free. And what they mean by free is spontaneous and immediate. So we have to actually try to think about what we mean by these terms. Because in fact, spontaneous generation, spontaneous immediacy, the loss of control is associated with modernity and with one movement in particular, Romanticism, from the 18th century onwards. Romanticism was that attempt to supposedly get back to nature by stripping oneself of all civilized mediations and constraints. And of course, Romanticism, we live in Romanticist times because it informs a lot of our thinking. But of course, Romanticism is kitsch. It's kitsch. See, the thing is, great artists, as we all know, work, rework, train, sweat, labour, sacrifice, and yes, despair. And then they work, rework, despair, then rework and work. What were artists doing? Like any great craftspeople or people adept at what they do, they are doing a process of learning to control their abilities, to control their tools, their brush, their pen, to control their medium in order to be able to convey a vision. It is to develop, in other words, technique and technical ability. But that's what distinguishes craft from high art. A craftsperson has great technical ability. It's great technical ability. But not everyone who has technical ability is a fine artist, is a great artist. You have to have technical ability, but you have to have vision. Consequently, that's what happens today. Because of computer programs and such that aid certain forms of art, what occurs is that many people have a technical ability in an easy way, but they have no vision, which is something I would argue is evident, especially in things like the Blake Prize. There's no vision, often it's just merely slogan. This is the problem. When we don't put things in their correct place, and we've got to understand what we mean by ownership and control and property. Again, there's control and there's control. And technical aspects are very interesting here. I often give the example because in a way in the 90s it illuminated for me a perspective. Les Murray, who was the art editor of Quadrant, was writing about how he could tell when a poem was written on a computer. He could tell when a poem was written on a computer because he could see that it had no work, no reworking, no reworking, no reworking. And that's the point. When you work on a computer, you can print it out in a really great font and it looks like it's published. Well, today, believe me when I say, one of the great problems throughout all of higher education, and I imagine high school, is the complete inability almost of people to be able to write clearly and to structure an argument in an essay. In fact, in, I guess, my tertiary teaching, I would see that that's probably one of the primary things I have to teach. Now, I know people, or at least my brother is very high up in the public service, in accounting divisions, auditing divisions, and they have to have reports. He has to rewrite nearly all those reports. And this is from people with postgraduate degrees. Why is it that people can't write? Honestly, one of the major things I have to point out is to have a simple structure. And yet, it takes many students a long time to be able to master that. There are many magazines and trade journals today devoted to cyber art. I actually would recommend, if you know where Kinokuniya is, which is just across from Town Hall. It's a Japanese bookshop, but it has a lot of Western. It's a very, very good bookshop. It's upstairs at the Galleries Victoria. The Galleries Victoria. And you'll see it has a lot of graphic works, a lot of graphic books. And I'd really recommend you look through some of the major periodicals and magazines that are devoted to computer art, cyber art. Because as you do, you will find out all of them have an incredible sameness. Because they're programs that enable you to do this stuff. They have an incredible sameness. The same in comics art. As I say, I used to work in comics and draw comic strips and that, and I love comic art medium. I love it. But I don't like it when it gets pretensions. As soon as comics get pretensions and think they're graphic novels or high art, they become tedious and boring. And when I look in the comic shops and look at what's on offer, honestly again, all the art looks the same. All the art looks the same. And the stories, for that matter, as well. There is an incredible sameness, and yet it's easy to do. As I say, well, look, I'm sure we all know there's programs on the computers that can help you do anything that you wish. What is it that's happening in that medium? What is it that's happening in that medium? Cyber art, technology, as I said last week, aims towards one end. Friction-free. Because that's what enables good sales and so forth. I'm not saying that there isn't technology that sort of enables people, oh look, you're up against it and all that, but it's friction-free. It's friction-free. That's what the aim is. So it's a good marketable commodity, and that's fair enough in its place. It's easy to be a graphic artist in a cyber medium for the reason that there is little, if any, friction. The medium is almost friction-free, and learning to control the medium is increasingly sweat-free. One sees the same with filmmaking. That's why so many films are just so incredibly the same. Because there are seminars and 10 tips on what constitutes a film, how it's to go in each scene, conflict, then resolution, and so on and so forth. No wonder they're incredibly boring. I have a friend who's is doing his master's in one of the Sydney's prestigious film schools, which I won't name. Now, he's actually a graduate of Campion College, so in fact does have a humanities education proper. This is a secular, and he says the teachers are really very, very good. But the other students have no interest in the history of film. It's amazing. He says they seem to have no knowledge of any of the great directors or themes of history of film. I find that incredibly remarkable, because most people I know who are into film are into the whole history of film, and yet when I think about it, yes, those people I do know in that way are older. The only films they're interested in are the ones that they've seen recently. In other words, there's a sense of a loss of historical depth, again of immediacy of the moment, you could say. And I'd argue the same across the board. You can buy computers that will help you set out plots for books and so on and so forth. Now, these kind of things have always been around how-to books. And again, they have their place. But this is the thing, they are becoming the place. Or if not, they have become. The overall sense is technology that removes friction. And, of course, if you're running an industry, that's a good thing. A sense almost of defying gravity, of giving an ease of control. And the result is increasingly kitsch. But that's why there's little sense of kitsch. Because if all is kitsch, how do you distinguish? And I stress, it's a very interesting progress. As I say, in the 1930s and 40s, kitsch was a major factor in art critique. A major factor. Why? Because there had been a lot of mass production and mass consumerism that was coming to its own, and kitsch was being produced. And many of the art critics, both on the left and right, were full of denunciation of it. And then, of course, as some art critics put it, it was Salvador Dali, who's the great progenitor of the modern and the contemporary, not Duchamp or the others. It's Dali. Why? Because Dali was the great progenitor of kitsch, or at least from the late 1940s on, when he really came into his own in New York. But of course, others took it up, as I say, Warhol and Jeff Koons and a host of others. Again, we might think about kitsch, we might think about cyber art and all these things. And I think one of the more interesting art movements, as it were, as anything can be underground today, from the 1960s onwards, which is often called cartoon surrealism or cartoon realism. It's often very well done, but there's a sense of insubstantiality about it. Kitsch, but a kitsch gone vicious at times. Everything becomes somewhat insubstantial, almost cartoon-like. All is manga, you might say. As I stress, I like comic art medium and I've worked in it, but in its place. And as soon as pretensions of high art come into anything low, everything suffers. Hierarchy is everything. Hierarchy is everything. And hierarchy does a number of things. First, it places things in perspective. It places things in perspective. Secondly, by reason of that, it can denote proportion. It can denote proportion. And thirdly, it can establish and buttress harmony. We're going to return to this in future because, of course, hierarchy itself can become corrupted, as we all know. So, hierarchy serves to place things in perspective, to denote a proportion, and to establish and buttress harmony. Kitsch is egalitarian. It's levelling. It's egalitarian and levelling. It's that thing that often with a quadrant crowd, any intellectual or artist who derides Western suburbs culture is suddenly said to be an elitist. Well, I've made it quite clear I am an elitist in that matter, yes. Yes, I am. Though I'm not saying that therefore northern and eastern suburbs are in many ways particularly better, but I certainly am an elitist. Kitsch is egalitarian, it levels high culture to popular culture, and it destroys distinctions, it destroys hierarchy. The sense of the loss of friction is immediacy and a flattening out. As time passes, art has become graphic, art has become decoration, becomes advertising, becomes business. And that was Andy Warhol's genius. He understood that, and indeed, quite openly avowed that the greatest art is business. And that's what he did from the mid-1970s onwards. He had a production line. He didn't disguise the fact. He had a production line of art. He said business was the greatest art. And he proved it, I suppose, to his own satisfaction. Perhaps he was being ironic, but he spent a lot of years being ironic. And yet, that's the point. So what if it were ironic? The effect was just the same. It removed any boundaries and barriers between art and business, such that unapologetically art is business. Art is business. One of the courses I did at WEA a couple of years ago, following on from the Henson saga, was to point out the language of that debate. There's people like Hetty Johnson, whom I don't particularly admire, and Miranda Devine, who actually used the language that is associated more with radical left wing, going contrary to the commodification of underage children. David Marr, in his book and others, used the language of business. And their primary argument was Rosalind Oxley, 9 Gallery Oxleys are very, very wealthy, heirs to the Bushell's fortune, in fact. And so they are. Oxley 9 Galleries is which is where Henson exhibits, is the contemporary art gallery in Sydney. In Australia, we could say, actually. Privately owned, I should say.
What gallery is that again?
Oxley 9.
Oxley.
In other words, business and art are unapologetically together. And when the language of free expression was used, it was a language of free market. It was a language of free market. And that was the interesting thing. As I say, Hetty Johnson and Miranda Devine both used the language of traditional, or what used to be traditionally left, the language against commodification. Those on the other side, who supposedly are liberal progressivists, did not. They used the language of free market and business. Now, you might feel that's a good thing. But let's get it clear what has occurred, what has happened. Well, beauty is unapologetically a commodity. But that's a problem. That's what we've been talking about. That's the thing. With true beauty, we've seen that intimacy and control can corrupt and destroy beauty. So in a way, here is false advertising. Kitsch is false advertising. So, but here I want to suggest something else. Not all forms of control are destructive of beauty, and thus not all intimacy is destructive. The question is, what kinds are not and what kinds are? The question is, what kind of control, what kind of intimacy is it that is not destructive of beauty, but is in fact complementary to beauty? That's really what the question is. And I think simplistic rejections of technology or control or property and so on and so forth are just that. They're misleading. In a way, you could say they're kitsch themselves. It's a question of hierarchy. As we've seen and hinted at, it must be a kind of control and intimacy that does not eschew friction, that does not evade friction, that does not seek to evade gravity. Why is friction so important? Why is it so important? Why is distance so important? We'll return to that in a second hour. Well, when we see something truly beautiful and profound and truly deep, the effect is to suggest that we are all of a sudden remembering something we have always known yet forgotten. I think that's what I wrote in that handout. I think that whenever we see a beautiful landscape or something beautiful, the sense is almost of recollection. Yes. And in that state you can think, of course all the rest is trivial or something. Of course this is the case. Why did I forget it? And of course we very soon forget it. Of course we do. Why is that? And what is that sense of recollection? Is it just a kind of misleading déjà vu? Or is it a true recollection, something like what Socrates argued for in terms of the soul? That is, Socrates, I'm not arguing for this, but Socrates argued that we never really learn anything, we only recollect things because the soul originally knew everything but has forgotten it. Is it a bit like that? Well, as I say, we'll come back to those things Is it a bit like waking up and realizing one had been dreaming? I'm just going to read. He's talking here about the purging of earthly desires, that in fact God's pursuit of one is often seen in the fact that one is purged of earthly desires. Naked I wait thy love's uplifted stroke. My harness piece by piece thou hast hewn from me, and smitten me to my knee. I am defenceless utterly. I slept methinks and woke, and slowly gazing find me stripped in sleep. In the rash lusterhead of my young powers I shook the pillaring hours, and pulled my life upon me, grimed with smears. I stand amidst the dust o'er the mounded years. My mangled youth lies dead beneath the heap. My days have crackled and gone up in smoke, have puffed and burst as sun starts on a stream. Yea, faileth now even dream, the dreamer and the lutenist, even the linked fantasies in whose blossomy twist I swung the earth a trinket at my wrist, are yielding cords of all too weak account, for earth with heavy grief so overplussed. Ah, is thy love indeed a weed, albeit an amaranthine weed, suffering no flowers except its own to mount? Ah, must, designer infinite, ah, must thou char the wood ere thou canst limn with it? What is the purging and the friction that is necessary to us? True. Hold on, it says okay, what this is going to be really about is this, the efficacy of desire, which hopefully will become a little bit clearer as we proceed. What I'm going to start with is a kind of concatenation of verses from the Song of Solomon. The Song of Songs, which is Solomon's. Let him kiss me with the kisses of his mouth. For thy love is better than wine, because of the savour of thy good ointments. Thy name is an ointment poured forth. Therefore do the virgins love thee. Draw me, we will run after thee. Tell me, O thou whom my soul loveth, where thou feedest, where thou makest thy flock to rest at noon. O my dove, that art in the clefts of the rock, in the secret places of the stairs, let me see thy countenance, let me hear thy voice. For sweet is thy voice, and thy countenance is comely. By night on my bed I sought him whom my soul loveth. I sought him, but I found him not. I will rise now and go about the city in the streets, and in the broad ways I will seek him whom my soul loveth. I sought him, but I found him not. The watchmen that go about the city found me. To whom, I said, saw ye him whom my soul loveth? The Song of Solomon is a poem of love and desire, and what love and desire prompts. What is it that love and desire prompt? Seeking and questioning. For every desire longs for its goal, longs for the object of its affection, and aims that with that other to find its consummation. The Song of Solomon was, in the Christian medieval church, the most commented on book of the whole Old Testament. There were any number of commentaries written on the Song of Solomon. One of the first that we have is by Origen, from the early part, the first half of the 3rd century. And possibly, as most of you know, it was given a spiritual, or some might say an allegorical reading. That is, the book was read as being the love song of the bride, which is the church, for the groom, which is Jesus Christ. The church longs for her lover, her husband, but at the same time too, the poem is read as the individual soul, seeking, longing, desiring, asking, inquiring, following the riddles, following the clues, all of the things left by the lover to lead her on so that she might find him. And thus the theme became very much that in this world, in this creation, all is, as it were, clues of a love letter that leads to its author, the object of love. And something similar to that too, obviously, in Greek myth. Psyche and Cupid. Psyche wandering the world trying to find Cupid. So, desire, and the desire for its fulfillment, is a very important and essential element. And yet in modernism, in modernity, this kind of questioning, this kind of seeking is very much prevalent, but it is prevalent as a riddle that is in fact beyond comprehension. Again and again, that's what we have presented to us both in secular philosophy and indeed certain currents of theology, the idea of a kind of absolute apophatism where you can never know really anything. And though you might enter into the cloud of unknowing, really there is nothing more than the cloud of unknowing, that there is nothing else and that there is nothing definite to be found. Modernity is very much a sense of a riddle that really has no answer. A riddle beyond comprehension, beyond answering. In other words, beyond consummation. And that's why I gave you Stephen Edgar's The Spies of God. And I'll read it. As though one had to travel to Galveston to prize a flake of Duco out of the jagged puzzle of a crash. When once upon a time and place one glance, even a simpleton's, almost a babe in arms, or any man's, cast in the midst of daylight's disarray, might take in and acknowledge, without the need to put into words or conscious thought, this complex gift. And so it ought to be, one might suppose, one sweep of unencumbered sight, setting the stone, the shadow of the pine, the crow's caw, and the smell of bread in disposition. Then to Seville, to pluck the soil down from a swallow's nest, in London to seek out, on Portobello Road, a silver egg cup, the aglet from a businessman's black shoelace next year in Marienbad, in Riyadh, say, an aleph from a page of newsprint. But all this would be child's play, more telling the condition to gather in the rhythms of a rose bush against a lattice in a breeze, one cool spring day in Trebizond. The intonation of Etruscan speech, the various lights of noon on May the 3rd in all the successive years of one anonymous elusive life. The lost sensations of a stillborn child, the innumerable faces which crowd the surface of unvisited sleep. But why go on? Why plague these ropes of air with all this tesserae, these scraps, labilities and whispers? He who would found these riddles out, yes, even he, would be but a messenger and only one among the mutually unrecognizable company dispersed through accidental cities, the far-flung centuries, and he would sleep. as ignorant as all in his brief room, while bits and pieces of that image spilled their powders in his desk. Or wake as in a dream to find himself required to read a script of cuneiform, the figures in a carpet. Or squatting in the square like a simpleton before the mocking crowd moves nothings in the dust with his bare hands. To read every little chance bit, a bit of Duco from a jagged puzzle of a crash in Galveston, or to seek out a silver egg cup in Portobello Road, the soiled down from a swallow's nest somewhere, or even to sort of look at the various lights of noon on May the 3rd in all those successive years of one anonymous elusive life. To try, as it were, to get all these things together as if they are all fragments, or that they would all tell of some greater meaning, a riddle to be answered. An aleph from newsprint. I tend to think that that's a kind of veiled reference to Borges, Jean-Louis Borges, the Argentinian writer, who wrote about the aleph, the idea, first letter in the Hebrew alphabet, and the idea that all is contained in one little letter, as it were. And if you could only puzzle and riddle it out, then the meaning of everything would be there. And yet, as Edgar then goes on to say, yet even if you could find out the riddle, you'd only be yet another messenger of many such messages scattered across time and accidental cities. And you would still be ignorant. You'd still be ignorant. You'd still be trying to read cuneiform or figures in a carpet. Or perhaps maybe the references to Jesus shifting dust before a mocking crowd. Edgar's poems often return to these themes of nature, of things that are like texts that promise to answer, or rather they prompt inquiry, and yet the feeling one gets is always only of hints. And maybe they're clues, but they don't seem to really promise consummation. They prompt inquiry, yet the feeling is you're inquiring into what really is an unanswerable mystery. And thus, after all is said and done, you might think, well, where does it go to? If it's all within a cloud of unknowing and it ends in a cloud of unknowing, so what? A kind of poignant ennui falls upon one, a kind of weariness, as it were. Perhaps that is what is striven for, a kind of poignant ennui, that kind of world weariness in which one sort of finally collapses, gives up, and perhaps then it is that the meaning of being itself shines. A kind of mystical ennui. That is when one ends thoroughly weary and, as it were, move nothings in the dust with one's bare hands. This is an air of much modern poetry and much art, be it literature or fine art. It's an air that one finds in much modern art. In a way, the postmodern world since the 1960s, or at least a bit before in fact, but as we saw last week, has in a way even given up on that. It's landed just for kitsch. So, kitsch is an easily accessible sentiment. Why desire anything more? So in our more late modern or hyper-modern or hyper-capitalist postmodern world, in a sense that mystical ennui itself is forgotten, and thus even if being did shine through that, well, it seems to be forgotten even then. So let's say it's an air of modern poetry and much art, that poignant ennui. And I think Heidegger, his metaphysics were very much a kind of metaphysics of a poignant ennui, or at least it was from after the Second World War on. Hence, there is a kind of final passivity in Heidegger, a kind of passive waiting, but a kind of, not a waiting of a kind of really kind of enthusiastic expectation. It's not the waiting of an eschatological faith. An eschatological faith of waiting is anything but passive, by and large. In fact, revolutionary movements and apocalyptic eschatological faiths go hand in glove. And that even in the secular political domain. That's why, I guess, people like Karl Popper and that hated utopian ideas and apocalyptic eschatology because it rocked the boat. So Heidegger's was not a waiting of an eschatological idea that yes, the world is about to end and be transformed, because that kind of waiting is far from passive. But Heidegger's is very much a modern waiting, a final passivity. And thus with Heidegger, as with many others, there is that disparagement of technos. The disparagement of technos. The idea of, yes, we can build. We can build. A disparagement of the humanistic effort of goals. And Heidegger was very much followed or contemporaneous with many others who held to something very similar. How different then is the lover of the Song of Songs? For her and for him, because it changes voice at times. At times you'll find the bride, the woman, and at times you'll hear the groom. Well, how different are they? Desire refuses to be broken. Desire is anything there but passive. It continues to long and to search. Perhaps even more than that. Perhaps it's even to a degree ready to seize. And maybe that's what Jesus' obscure words in Matthew chapter 11, verses 11 to 12. Matthew chapter 11, verses 11 to 12 is about. When Jesus, commenting on how the least in the kingdom of heaven is greater than John the Baptist, and Jesus says these obscure words, and from the days of John the Baptist until now, the kingdom of heaven suffers violence, and the violent take it by force. It's rather obscure in context, and there's any amount of commentaries on, does it mean that John the Baptist will be taken? It doesn't really seem, because he's talking about a contrast with John the Baptist. And from the days of John the Baptist until now, the kingdom of heaven suffers violence, and the violent take it by force. Or as Flannery O'Connor has it in her books, the violent bear it away. Perhaps this is it. We must so desire God, we will risk even violence to get Him. Whatever we think, it is a language of desire and the language of a lover that inquires and seeks diligently, even feverishly. But here's the question, and this really, really marks, when I say the change from pre-modern to modern, I quite plainly do not use the term pre-modern disparaging. I'm just referring to the kind of socio-economic, political, cultural change that occurs from the 16th century on, from the late Renaissance Reformation on, with the breakup of the community of Christendom. And I also do not mean that everything in modernity is standard. Quite plainly, there are theologians, Catholic and otherwise, who opposed modernity. So I'm using this as broad general categories in the way most scholars use it. So, possibly what marks the real change from pre-modern to modern is possibly this. Is the desire for God, is the desire for happiness, is the desire for being, for life in all its fulfillment as it were, is the desire for God, for being, or for happiness, is it efficacious? Is it efficacious? Now what that means is this. If I am thirsty and I desire water, that desire is efficacious because there's water, and hopefully there's water nearby and I can quench my thirst. That means thirst is a desire that is efficacious, it's efficient. It has an object that can fulfill itself. Hunger. If we're lucky there'll be food around. Hunger is a desire, an appetite that is efficacious. I want to eat food, I'm hungry, and if there's some around I can eat it. And I'm filled up. I feel happy. The same with sex. It's an efficacious desire, if we're lucky, and it's efficacious. So the desire, among others, desire for food, water, sex, are efficacious desires, or appetites. They can be fulfilled. They have a proper object. Well, does the desire for God, is it efficacious? Is a desire for happiness, the fulfillment, is that efficacious? Is a desire for the knowledge and experience of being itself efficacious? We'll put it this way. One of the other points we'll come back to, that marks modernity, is a series of funerals, death of metaphysics. So from Bacon and Hobbes onwards, the idea that metaphysics really doesn't count, it's a stupid discipline, let's get rid of it, or let's ignore it for empirical science or rational mathematics. So the death of metaphysics, the death of God, which was a term not coined by Nietzsche, though he used it. The death of God, the idea there is no meaning per se to all the world because there is no God. Or later on, the death of man. There is no nature proper to man, as Sartre says in his explanation of existentialism. There is no such thing as metaphysics, and there is no such thing as human nature. Only the individual existential. The death of the author, as Roland Barthes has it, that is the meaning of a text. Forget the author, reference to the author is dead. The meaning is not tied to that presence of the author. Nor is it tied to the presence of God, and neither is it tied to the presence of metaphysics. And then with Foucault and others, the death of the subject. You might think, oh well, the self, the individual self. Well, think again. From David Hume onwards, what it simply means is there's no such thing as a self proper. There is no self proper.
Who was the person there? The death, can you give his name?
Foucault.
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 How do you spell it?
So,
Oh, yes. Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the death of the subject, death of the self, and all these deaths. Now, what that simply means is there is no location of full presence of being or meaning. So, makes sense. How can you then have an efficacy of desire for God or for being or happiness? So,
what era was this done?
well, this is from the 17th century onwards to today. So, hence we weary. We weary. And like Heidegger and others, perhaps we may counter the ashes and dust of our once fiery desires. Perhaps we make those ashes our meaning. And indeed, one of Derrida's work was cinders or ashes, of which we're coming back to. Strange as it may seem, possibly the major difference between pre-modern and modern is that the pre-modern believed in desire. The pre-modern believed in the efficacy of desire, whereas the modern has progressively come to disbelieve and dismiss all efficacy. And thus today, one has two apparently opposite yet related responses. Cynicism, even in the political sphere. You're not going to change anything. Oh, look, if you have a revolution, it'll all be the same anyway. There'll just be a whole host of other bastards who get into power. So why bother? Cynicism. Or, what is more important for our culture, hyped up desires. pumped up desires, and that is incredibly beneficial for the free market. That's why we have all the stimulus packages and so on and so forth. And any party that now comes into power will do the same thing. You've got to hype up consumer desire. Consumerism and free market play on desires, obviously on hype. They pump up, they promise, but they always tease, and we all know that, and I think probably most people know that, and indeed many of the ads nowadays do the kind of ironic wink of, yes, we're promising the world, but when you know you're not going to get the world, but you'll get a pretty classy sort of object that'll give you a bit of status for a week or two. So that's why fashions are incredible. It's not a winter fashion or autumn fashion. Fashions change incredibly radically different, and they must do, because if you're going to have fashion, you want the desire for a certain status. So it's tease. And if, because you're cynical, you know there's no real ultimate happiness, then why not do this? Why not play the game? Why not immerse yourself in the game? Because you can only enjoy the game if you suspend cynicism and immerse yourself in it. You can only enjoy a fantasy to the degree that you forget it's a fantasy, obviously. And yes, it's all kitsch, it's all porn, and it's all shallow, but it's the only real game in town. So, as I said, modernity has styled and defined itself by a series of deaths. Death of metaphysics, death of God, death of meaning, death of the author, death of the man, death of the subject. And all of these simply mean, as I said, that there is no absolute presence of substantial identity. This is a very key term, or was in the 70s, 80s and early 90s, presence. That is, there is no absolute substantial presence to be joined to find. In fact, again and again, if there is any kind of anti-metaphysics, metaphysics, it's of an eternal becoming. An eternal becoming. That's all there ever is a becoming. No goal, just a becoming. But you see, that's the point, isn't it? And this is what Jacques Derrida fully understood, far greater and far more than his contemporaries, which is why I think Derrida is the great philosopher of the 20th century.
What's his name?
Jacques Derrida. Derrida. Died, what, in 2004 or 5? I can't remember. So, I disagree with this philosophy, but I think he's probably one of the most profoundest thinkers in the 20th century. At the end of the 20th century, I should say. For you see, you have to have a pretense. Look, how are you going to elicit passion or desire if you're constantly teasing someone and you make it known you're teasing? Well, you're not going to get anywhere, unless with idiots. You forget it. You've got to pretend. You've got to say, yes, there is something on offer, and if you do come across, you'll get it. You have to have the play of pretense, not only in the marketplace, but it may interest you to know that, as Derrida argued, and a number of others following in his train argued, a kind of metaphysics, of anti-metaphysics, is of pretense. Being itself is a play of pretense. And thus, the desire for presence that we have is a delusory desire, is part and parcel of the play of the trace, as one of the synonyms that Derrida gave to it, a kind of eternal play that you succumb to. And thus, the trace, as he calls it, presents itself in the pretense of presence. And so when you get there, lo and behold, you find there isn't. But it needs to elicit, or the whole system or the free market needs to elicit that pretense, or you're not going to buy. Of course, we're complicit in it, because really we know, and we're going to suspend our cynicism for a while, and we want to suspend our cynicism for a while. But we're caught in an endless play of veils. You might say the dance of the infinite veils. And this is a theme that Nietzsche took up. When he said that all really was just a mobile play of metaphors, an endless play, and that everything was woman, as it were, insofar as, I won't use this language, that it's all dress and petticoats and really nothing underneath. It's just all play. So a dance of infinite veils. All is a play of the trace, which even when is present is absent, and it always promises consummation but never delivers. Being is a tease. Being is a tease, we might say. Thus, ultimately, modernity, with its series of deaths, is really, finally, the death of consummation. The death of consummation. That's what I'd argue is really what defines modernity. But there's something else there that might be close to that death, or that follows on from that death. And this is something that increasing hard pornography, increasing sexual perversions, increasing groups and clubs that cater to any taste or any thrill, and indeed, along with that, increasing rates of sexual dysfunction, use of Viagra and other like substances, and even the search for a female Viagra. All of these things point to another death. Some might say the death of libido, but let's be a little bit more specific. It's a death of desire. The death of desire. How long can a person be excited and teased? How long can a person be let down? How long can you try to sort of forget your cynicism? How long can a culture based upon this last? You see, clearly a full, healthy, natural desire clearly does not need drugs, aids of any kind, toys or perversions. Clearly a full, healthy, natural desire is not going to need those things. Now, I'm not here talking about actual physiological problems. I'm talking about those that obviously come from, let us say, a cultural, psychological background, which of course, as they point out, 90% or more of impotency and sexual dysfunction is not physiological. It's an immense industry. So a full, healthy, natural desire is clearly not going to need drugs, aids of any kind, toys or perversions. But when passion is increasingly indulged in, and when there really is no telos or goal to them, well, it does need those things. It does. Thus, a virgin's first kiss will give that virgin a far greater thrill than any combination of porn playmates is ever going to give to Hugh Hefner ever again. He's never going to get that again. Never. Of course he's not. Heidegger spoke of the kind of twilight of being, an ennui, a weariness, a kind of Wagner's Death of the Gods, the 19th century fading sunset. Pan is dead. But one thing isn't dead, and that's the free market. Not yet anyway. And it needs desire. It needs to provoke desire in any way it can. But one of the major forms of desire is always, when it's fading, is transgression. That's the whole sense of perversion, really, or affairs. You get the thrill of transgression. Obviously, look, clearly most people who indulge in affairs shortly thereafter realise the partner they've indulged in is just much the same as the one left at home, as it were. But it's a transgression. And when that transgression grows, so too does a thrill. So too does a thrill. The other form of transgression, of course, is so-called dissidence. The idea of I'm a church dissident, or I'm this, or I'm that. A sort of frisson, a thrill of transgression. Again, it leads nowhere, and we all know that it's safe. Until, I guess, that love of transgression ends in a kind of fundamentalism, which then will go all the way. But then I suppose that will be the ultimate thrill, or is for many people now, and that's death. It seems at least that can be consummated. But the market, I guess for the moment, needs passion. Consumer confidence needs consumer passions. And woe to us when the death of the market hits. Then things really will be serious. What is it we desire? What is it we desire? Beauty. And when we see beauty, we, as we've seen, experience yearning. As I said last week, a kind of recollection. When we have that vision of something beautiful, it's almost like, I know this. You may not think that consciously, but there's a deep recognition in the very depth of our being. I know this. And in a way, we think, why don't I always remember this? When, all those troubles and all that, etc. Why don't I remember the beauty? Why don't I remember this? Well, we have a strange yearning that is testified to by beauty. A strange yearning, a desire, a recollection. And it is always properly so for that which is other. We have a desire for the other, and yet that desire promises as well the completion and fullness of ourselves. That is what the desire for consummation is. That's why in the Bible and elsewhere it's a sense of two becoming one. Not the extinguishment of difference, but the perfection of the difference of those two people. And that is what the efficacy of desire for love, being, God, happiness is really about. Is a fullness of the consummation with the other. So in modernity and postmodernity, when we talk about the death of metaphysics, death of God, death of the subject, death of the author, death of the self, meaning the death of any real substantial presence, well, it means the death of you and us. Because there is no real presence of the other by which we will find our perfection and fulfillment. And that's what it means, the death of consummation as really being the mark of modernity and so-called postmodernity. It means the death of everything, really. So, we have a yearning for the fullness of being, and a yearning for God, and a yearning for happiness. And the pre-moderns would say, yes, it's efficacious. It's an efficacious desire. So that when we read the pre-moderns, there's a very different air. We might think it's naive, though more scholars realise it's we who are naive in a lot of our scholarship. But whether or not it's naive or not, one of the major things that makes it different to us, especially this side of modernity, is it has an enthusiasm. It has a life. It was Chesterton's point that you need vigour to be able to make and keep a vow. You really need vigour and strength to make and keep a vow. And I guess there's probably one thing too that marks this side of modernity, is that breaking of vows. We desire that intimate union with someone other. But as the Song of Solomon whispers, as Origen and the others following knew, this other ultimately is not anything or anyone in creation. This other is transcendent. And yet, the paradox is that in the meeting with that other, we find as well not only our fullness, but the fullness of all creation. In the meeting with God, we find not only the fullness of our own being, but the beingness of all creation. And this is what the pre-modern culture believed. This is what modernity does not. It's what postmodernity so-called does not. I should stress, as I often say, I don't like using that term postmodern, because if it were truly postmodern, then it would be, as it were, pre-modern. But postmodern is just another type of hyper-modernity, late modernity, or high modernity. Modernity does not believe this, and consequently, what it does only believe in, or even less and less so now, is the immediate thrill of the short-lived passion, the transgressive feeling, the adrenaline rush. But even that is fading, and consequently greater thrills and transgressions and more immediate thrills and transgressions have to be found. And if you can find them, I'm sure you make a lot of money on the market. But I'll finish there for this hour, and we can any comments and such, and then we'll be coming to the rest of the poetry in the next hour.
At one point you were mentioning transgression, so it's like the thrill of transgression sort of thing. Do you think a big component of that is the thrill of transgressing, that we've got somehow a perverse thirst for going off the rails and getting away with it sort of thing?
Yeah, very much so, yeah.
Living in the risky game temporarily?
Yeah.
So there's another dimension to it?
Yeah, very much. Look, it's very interesting. It's actually writ large a lot in the male psyche. You'll see it writ large there. It's not to say it's not in the female psyche, it certainly is. But in the male psyche, it's often shown in the double life, the living of the double life. It's a phenomena where you'll get, say, the very respectable businessman, and maybe this is pertinent to events in New York and the IMF, but you get the businessman who gets a thrill at going to, let's say, in the weekdays, their board meetings with all what they think of the stuffy people and being stuffy, but on the weekends, partying hard with prostitutes and speed and so on. So it's that thrill of a double life, and quite plainly, of course, if you actually did look into all the lives around the board table, you probably find all of them are doing, so there's no real difference. The other elements are very interesting, and this was pointed out to me many years ago in WA when I was giving a class on the kind of lies and deceptions and transgressions between the sexes. And a businessman actually said to me that what he observed often is of managers in certain positions is that they will actually intentionally go to take the business to the edge in order that, in a way, the whole company, including workers, relies on them. So they have this sense of, whoa, if I go down, everyone goes down. And it's not like, oh yeah, I'll take you all down. It's not like that. It's a sense of the stakes are high. And wow, this is... And I actually tend to think that would probably explain a lot of really ridiculous and stupid decisions that are very much made. And it then leads to the question of how much does that inform things like social policies, things that you think seem stupid. Why are they doing this? And I just think that sense of creating dramas and transgressions is incredibly important for our culture and for individuals in that culture. So yes, I think the sense of transgression is very important, but that's a problem. what do you transgress? Probably child porn now. Probably child porn. That's probably one of the reasons it's attractive, is it's transgressive and the stakes are incredibly high. But of course, using things like ice, very dangerous speed is also part of that. But I think we'll see a lot more of the rise. Or he has a presumption of innocence, but if he did, let us say, attempt to rape his maid in the room, you'd think, why? Surely a guy that rich who doesn't have scruples can afford any prostitute. Why? But the thing is, it's the risk. So...
Thank you. That was quite amazing. I quite like putting it on Facebook so the whole world will wake up. Seeing all the young kids will be reading Facebook. This is really interesting because this is a question that's been with me for since I'm just a teenager, because I think I often thought, what's going on? Like, what's going on? Why is it, especially with the sexuality, being a girl who's very un-Catholic from upbringing, and I love that. I love how it just gives me this boundary that I can just work with. But it also makes me look at everything and go, what's going on in the world? What's going on? Like, it just makes it so weird. And now it just makes sense in the way you put it. That the modern world, the way because I've often saw it as the satisfaction is so, it's very immediate, but it's so empty. These people running around thinking everybody's a prostitute, like for free.
Well,
it's just crazy. Like, I'm just thinking, what's going on? What happened to the old days when people waited and loved each other and just there was something special, like there was a union with God in the whole thing.
Look at that.
But is this like, how is it going to end? Because it's only going further and further and further, and it's getting emptier. The whole thing's getting emptier.
Okay, look, in answer to that, I'd just say I think it was a point you just said in the beginning, the boundaries, the sense of having boundaries. If you think about death, what happens, taking it literally to a body? When a body dies, what is it that happens?
No sensations.
That's the point, but... Sorry?
It's hit the big boundary.
But all those things are true, but in a kind of way, you haven't hit a boundary. What I mean by this is this. In your body, there are many, many chemicals that if they weren't in their place would kill you. But that's the point about a body. It has an integrity, and its integrity is its borders, its boundaries between the cells, the nerve cell, the outside of a cell, the inside of the cell, the outside of a nucleus, the inside of the nucleus, and so on and so forth. Once you die, all those boundaries and borders become permeable. And that's why you start to stink. Because what's happening is the decay is part of the chemical processes of your body's system dissolving. In other words, death is, it's extending this then as a metaphor, death is the removal of boundaries of systems. Death is when everything becomes merged and permeable. So going back to the idea of what you're saying, what has happened is, what's happened is boundaries and borders have dissolved. There still are some, of course, many, because we're not totally anarchist, but a lot of those, when we talk about tradition, however we understand it, whatever tradition meant when it had authority, it meant there were recognized borders and boundaries that you didn't transgress. But that's the thing, even in such a culture, it meant if you were going to transgress, you'd have a lot more desire about it, because suddenly to actually transgress that boundary and border is incredibly thrilling. Whereas now, Are you going to have an affair? Well, it's not really that thrilling. You don't want to get caught out, but it's a bit like, right, well, everyone's doing it, so what? And that's why I said about the last boundary, one of the last boundaries at the moment is child porn. No, I think a number of artists are doing their best to actually dissolve that boundary as well. So, going back to what you're saying is, this is again,
What was that boundary you said?
that artists like Bill Henson and others are using legitimacy to dissolve that boundary such that you can say, well, this isn't porn, this is child. Now, what that, not talking about whether Bill Henson's doing it under good or bad faith, I'm sure he's doing it by good faith, but the logic of such is you've now allowed it to be acceptable in a certain way, and now the logic will work itself out. So the question then is, okay, if it all became legal, what then? What are you going to do then for your transgression? I suppose there's always snuff movies and all that, and that was the point last year in my series where we were talking about Bret Easton Ellis's critique of culture. That's where it goes. That's where it ends. The Colosseum, I guess. You've got it. So that's one last one, and then we'll have a break.
Thanks, Robert. I got a little bit confused earlier on when we were talking this. So to go back to the pre-moderns believe in desire. The modern does not believe in desire, and I think I've got here whether I've got correctly. What took its place was cynicism or hyped up desires.
Yes.
And then I think you said that the individual recognises his or her cynicism. And so I have a certain reaction to that. Okay, they're being honest, they know they're cynical and so on, and they can see this in themselves. But then beyond that, they decide, they make a decision to deny it and to immerse themselves in the game, despite recognising their cynicism.
Yeah.
Now, why doesn't that lead to madness or insanity? Or, I mean, the behaviour does, but they suspend their cynicism.
Yeah, it's a suspension of cynicism. As to what you're saying, why doesn't that lead to madness? Perhaps that's too strong a term, but why doesn't it end in a kind of neurosis, for want of a better term? Well, it does, I guess, it does. But then that's good, because then that in itself becomes a project to be overcome. So then you can have all the workshops and books that will address that problem. Look, going back to, as I pointed out, with the modern period, what we're talking about is a period of some hundreds of years in which the logic is working itself out. And some philosophers and theorists, such as Hobbes, pretty much around the beginning, they actually get it. They get it before a lot of others. David Hume gets it before others. A number of others get it before others. Nietzsche gets it and brings it together. And it's really in the 20th century and into our century where really, as it were, the implications of the logic that has been working itself out from the 16th century on, really as a cultural milieu, I mean in a very broad way, becomes mainstream. Thus, Nietzsche could see himself as being a kind of lone wolf, daring. Well, there was always a bit of rubbish. He certainly wasn't new, but it certainly was true that that kind of view was tended to be isolated to the upper bourgeoisie. But clearly Nietzsche's views now are everywhere. Not that people would know them to be such, but they're everywhere. David Hume's ideas, everywhere. Adam Smith's ideas, everywhere. So in other words, what we see is that logic works itself out, and that's what postmodern or hypermodernism is. What do you do? And as many theorists have pointed out, that sense of doubleness is absolutely essential to a free market economy, as it is to many totalitarian economies. But certainly in our free market, it is absolutely necessary that yes, we have we're cynical, but we want to suspend, and we enter into a kind of tacit compact with whatever's providing us with the goods, such that they'll tell us things we want to hear, we know we want to hear, we'll agree with that, and we'll play this game. But the question is, how long can this go? That's why in the 90s into the early part of the 20s, whatever it's called, noughties or whatever, the major element in advertising was irony, so-called irony. The idea of, we know we're crapping on, you know we're crapping on, but, you know, wink, 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 we all know this, we know you know it, you know we know it, and we're all complicit in this lovely little game, and here are our advertisements that use this play on irony.
That's the point I can't get. Why do we do this? We talk about our honesty in recognising our cynicism, our win-win. We all do it.
No,
Why can't we?
Not everybody.
No,
Sorry.
for a start, I should say, I don't say there's an honesty in recognising the cynicism. I don't think there's an honesty. I think honesty, there might be an awareness at times, which is a very different thing. And that's the issue. Look, the reason why we do it is for the reason of, if you feel there's a void, if you feel there's an emptiness, a lack of meaning, and we are animals that desire meaning, if you feel that's the case, what do you do if you know, or you think you know, there is no meaning? Well, you've got to do something with it. Either you commit suicide, or you immerse yourself in thrills, spills, entertainments, consumer products. And as I said, a fantasy is only, I guess, efficacious, you could say, to the degree that you forget it's a fantasy. And that's a recipe for madness, of course. But it's the will. Look, think about the major theme in popular psychology from the 1930s onwards, of Dale Carnegie, Norman Vincent Peale through to Anthony Robbins and The Secret and all that. It is, if I believe in something strong enough and hard enough, because I'm God or the universe or what have you, it will be so. And people are taught on popular levels to actually think, if I believe strong enough, it'll be so. You know, the kind of wish fulfillment, the magic thinking. But that is endemic. And I don't know how many people actually believe they're God or the universe, but in a way, it serves them well. It gives them a sense of meaning, and if I believe in it strong enough, it'll happen.
Yeah, did you, the most popular book, like, years ago?
Yeah, The Secret.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody used to get The Secret.
Yeah.
I'm like, right.
But see, that book, what it was saying, what that woman was saying, was nothing new. It was merely...
Saying exactly that.
Yeah, but it was taking a lot of things that were around in the 19th century onwards and before. But look, we better have a break. And have a
Check it out. Yeah.
Oh, okay, right. I'll see what happens. Come
So it's sequential, whether it's monogamous or whatever. Somebody from the audience said this is the most significant book you've written, so I think he needs to talk to you before he writes his next book.
I guess I haven't been impressed by what and that's largely because you have no substance. And it just seems to me an exercise of producing the market that you're denying. And I was in one column in particular, the one it was basically when something was up, so something telling you. A man called he couldn't even denounce it. He couldn't say this is wrong. I think that was right. Why should I listen to you Leslie Knoll was the other one who sort of taken his place as the emphasis and the theory and the pace.
And the other thing, in terms of you saying it leads to death, the martyrdom, the tradition as well as the tradition, which is just crazy in terms of they want second virtues, or in terms of there's an anxiety and fear of it, yet not searching. It's a wallowing.
I think fundamentalism is often, as many people say, it's a kind of the obverse of modernity. Because in a way, to believe, I think, I will believe in something so strongly that I will feel for it. Look, I'm not a passionate, so certainly there are times I've argued very much for just war, just revolutions. But I think with a lot of fundamentalists today, they're looking for reasons to shared. Not that there's any kind of true liberating goal, but they may use that term. Maybe some of them genuinely. It strikes me they're doing it more out of the sense of this is reason. Then, in a way, it's a lump of that's why I say the Colosseum, or going to war. But obviously, there's always been a picture of a young man got the war. To rule the camaraderie, and test your mettle. But
what do you think of all this?
such an emptiness.
A bit depressing now. Not so much.
Concept of childhood goes from 12 to 18 to 24 down to 30.
I think it goes through the coffin now.
Well, exactly, yes. Yes, as a joke, I was at a meeting where instead of asking for a committee of the whole to see what they're really talking about out there and not there's too much complexity, so I'll see what's going. The lady she's on medication, she's okay. In the end, I ended up nominating this one for the committee. so forward. And I shocked myself when I was watching
I mean, wrong of it to be
and it shocked everybody because it just seemed the thing to do. Humanity was more important than people had been lining things up. And possibly expected me to jump one way or place, but that's crying out here. And another lady said she wanted to learn how it worked. Now they've done nothing on their time except pursue their own. The question I'm asking myself is, what am I pursuing? Am I, getting
Putting the cat among the pigeons, it sounds like.
I better let you get you.
Very interested to see what happens. Is she on the board now?
Yes, she's on.
Good. I'd like to know what happens.
asking next time.
Hello. Who? Okay, right, yes.
This modern acceptance, liberal
I know it's a funny. I guess no one has charged our society with consistency, so it's sort of quite hypocritical. Yeah.
Well, they're pretending they have some standards, I suppose. And I was said to a friend, I said, we're just holding hands with somebody, because now they have that sex. How do you keep it being romantic?
This is wonderful stuff, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Okay, we might begin in a minute.
And it's gone. You haven't got last week. Oh, yes, she was
Okay, just to show up.
Right. Okay. Oh, what's everyone? Right.
So, Rob, can I ask you one question?
very quick because I'm going to begin in a minute.
When you meet people that are totally immersed in the ego of the fantasy, do you pass them a little pin?
You might get caught in the explosion, so you better watch out. Okay. All right, well, I'm going to read from Thomas Traherne. I do believe the evening being shady and obscure, the very silence did me grieve, and sorrow more procure. A secret want did make me think my fortune scant. I was so blind I could not find my health, no joy mine I could there espy, nor wealth. Nor could I guess what kind of thing I longed for, but that I did somewhat lack of blessedness. Beside the earth and sky I plainly found, it grieved me much, I felt a wound, perplexed me sore. Yet what my store should be I did not know, nothing would show to me. Ye sullen things, ye dumb, ye silent creatures, and unkind, how can I call you pleasant springs, unless ye ease my mind? Will ye not speak what 'tis I want, nor silence break? Oh, pity me, and let me see some joy, some kindness show to me, although a boy. They silent stood. Nor earth, nor woods, nor hills, nor brooks, nor skies would tell me where the hidden good, which I did long for, lies. The shady trees, the evening dark, the humming bees, the chirping birds, mute springs and fords conspire, while they deny to answer my desire. So,
That's the one that Rob gave out earlier.
yeah. Oh. So as with... Okay, the sense in which Thomas Traherne is lamenting that which is his secret want, that which is his deepest desire, is not being answered by the natural world around him, and indeed they seem to conspire to deny the answer, to answer my desire.
Is that how old he was? I mean, he was a young man.
That's right, they're his dates, yes. 1636 to 1674.
He's very, very young.
Yes. Okay, so as with the Song of Songs and with Edgar's Spies of God, perhaps a question arises, or should arise and present itself: how are we to seek and where do we look? How are we to seek and where do we look? How are we to read the scripture of nature, the book of creation? And in reading correctly, how do we reach the meaning? And if we do reach the meaning, do we there meet with the author of our being? How are we to read nature? How are we to read creation? These are the questions and the problems often raised. Do we read the scripture of nature, the book of creation, such that reading correctly we will reach the meaning and there meet with the author of our being? How are we to read? And this is where I want to read Judith Wright's Reading Thomas Traherne. Can I then lose myself, and losing find one word that in the face of what you were needs to be said or heard? Or speak of what has come to your sad race, that to your clear rejoicing we turn with such a face? With such a face, Traherne, as might make dumb any but you, the man who knew how simply truth may come, who saw the depth of darkness shake, part and move, and from death's centre the light's ladder go up from love to love. Who saw the depth of darkness shake, part and move, and from death's centre the light's ladder go up from love to love. Well, Thomas Traherne was an Anglican minister, and he was something of a mystic as well. What seems to be there, what Judith is writing about is the idea of descent into darkness in order to ascend into light. And something of this paradox is found in Jesus' comment, those who lose their life will find it. And in St. Paul, something of this as well is found, though this is a theme that many don't particularly like, especially in our modern world. For example, in Philippians chapter 2, verse 12, St. Paul writes, "Work out your salvation with fear and trembling." With fear and trembling. And yet the goal of this working out, this goal of fear and trembling is, as he writes in Ephesians chapter 3, 18, 19, as he writes in Ephesians 3, 18 to 19, the goal of this fear and trembling is to know the love of Christ that passes all understanding. And in knowing the love of Christ that passes all understanding, to be filled, writes St. Paul, with the fullness of God. With the fullness of God. Later in Ephesians, St. Paul talks about the relationship of man and wife, husband and wife. And he says that this is actually symbolic of a greater mystery, of the marriage of Jesus to his bride, the church. And that is one of the passages that people like Origen and others refer to when they read the Song of Songs. Here in the Song of Songs is an elaboration on this courtship of Jesus, of his bride, of his lover, the church, and the soon-to-be marriage. And that is what informs Christian eschatology. So at the book of Revelations, at the end of the Christian Bible, what is it we are left with? We are left with a vision of the New Jerusalem, yes, but we are left with a vision of the New Jerusalem coming down out of the heavens, dressed as a bride to meet her groom, Jesus. So the aim of fear and trembling, of the washing and regeneration of the Word, as St. Paul puts it in Ephesians, the aim is to know the love of God in Christ and thereby to be filled with the fullness of God. Why is it necessary to lose in order to find? Why is it necessary to lose in order to find? Why is it necessary to descend in order to ascend? Why is it necessary that there is sacrifice? Why? Why is it necessary to let go in order to receive? Why is this? Read here the next Judith Wright, the lost man. To reach the pool, you must go through the rainforest, through the bewildering midsummer of darkness lit with ancient fern, laced with poison and thorn. You must go by the way he went, the way of the bleeding hands and feet, the blood on the stones like flowers, under the hooded flowers that fall on the stones like blood. To reach the pool, you must go by the black valley, among the crowding columns made of silence, under the hanging clouds of leaves and voiceless birds. To go by the way he went to the voice of the water, where the priest's stinging tree waits, with its whips and fevers under the hooded flowers that fall from the trees like blood. You must forget the song of the gold bird dancing over tossed light. You must remember nothing except the drag of darkness that draws your weakness under. To go by the way he went, you must find beneath you the last and faceless pool, and fall and falling find between breath and death the sun by which you live. That is a complete poem. We might say that in order to be fulfilled, we must empty ourselves. In order to be fulfilled, we must empty ourselves. In order to read, we must empty ourselves. To read correctly is really at the heart of things, so that when I began this series a couple of weeks ago, and I said, quoting from Romans chapter 1 verse 20, the invisible things of God are clearly seen in the things he has made, the eternal divinity and the very power of God. But the problem is that when you read on, is that humanity, trading the glory of God for the glory of created things, can no longer read correctly the book of nature, can no longer read the cosmos as it should be read, and consequently, as we do not read correctly, we do not read through to its meaning and therefore through to its author. When we think of reading, we ought not just to think of a kind of removed objective reading as a kind of scholarly discipline, which is good in its place. And that's why, again, in the first week I said, one of the great problems in scholarship, and I guess I include myself in this, when your work is to lecture on the Bible, on theology and philosophy, one of the great problems is you become too close to your subject, and becoming close, become conceited and lose the necessary distance to actually see what it is that one is not seeing. How does one read? How does one read? As I say, in order to be fulfilled, it would seem that we must empty ourselves. And as I also noted in the first week, there is one other way. Remember, there were two ways in which we were to see beauty and to relate to it. And the first way was this: sacrifice and renunciation. Sacrifice and renunciation. To deny ourselves so as to become complete. To deny even our desire in order to find its consummation. Why this paradox? Well, let's pull back a little bit. Let's get here the distance that is necessary for intimacy. The distance that is necessary for the vision of beauty. So, to revisit that question of the first hour, is our desire for happiness efficacious? Is our desire for happiness efficacious? Or do we simply say, we will accept lesser enjoyments and entertainments? As for full happiness, utopian, mythical, you might as well forget it, will just cause you pain and problems and heartbreak and make you even more cynical if that's possible. Is our desire for happiness efficacious? And as I say, it's the same question as is our desire for God efficacious? And in fact, those two questions really stand or fall together. Let's think of it this way. What is it that the real lover, the true lover, seeks from their lover? Okay, so consummation, but in point of fact, something more. Marriage. Marriage. That's what is desired. When you're truly and absolutely in love, The language of that love is that you're going to inscribe your names in stone or on a tree trunk and it'll last forever. Our love will always be as the stars. Look, it's interesting because that certainly was a language up until maybe 15 years, 20 years ago. But I guess in a way, much of that, even the desire as it declines, even that language declines. But nevertheless, the great language of all literature of love is a desire for it to last forever. And clearly marriage, the marriage vow, is an expression of that. But what we might say is marriage. I'm going to use a term here that everyone disparages, but I'm going to defend it. It is to own and to be owned. It is to be owned and to be owned. That's right, so many people don't like St. Paul's comments in Corinthians when he says of the married partners that their bodies are not their own. And thus the man has no right to deprive the woman of her conjugal rights, and neither the woman has any right to deny the man his conjugal rights. Of course we don't like that. We think it's property, it's ownership. Well, all of us know that if you do not want to be owned and to own, then you're not in love. You're not in love. If you don't want to be owned or to own, what you're feeling might be something worthy and commendable in its own place, but it ain't love. Not as it's being classically understood. Your desire is less than strong. For all love is, in a manner of speaking, bondage. All love is, in a manner of speaking, bondage, is ownership, is being owned, is slavery. That's why the great language of love always was a language of slavery. All love, as I say, desires bondage. It's just that
it's a one-way thing.
you don't even think of it that way. You desire it. Yes, it leads you to heartbreak and so forth. It's just that in a dying culture, this bondage becomes, like much else, merely another perverse pornographic commodity. We simulate it, because that's what pornography is, isn't it? It's what fantasy is it's simulation. You're playing at the real thing. And I guess anyone who pays for an S&M session or bondage, you know you're really calling the shots because you pay. These are workers you're paying. You're not really under threat of actually slavery. But that's the thing about true love. You are. You are a voluntary slavery, but a slavery nevertheless. And to the degree of our dying culture that we don't see it like that, and that we replace it with the commodities, well, we fade, desire dies. And here's where we have to look a little deeper. We have to look a little deeper into phrases and words that are often decried and disparaged. Every lover becomes a slave. Every lover has to do really with private property. It's funny, isn't it, in a hyper-capitalist world, that those terms should be disparaged. Why is that? In a hyper-capitalist, consumerist world, those terms should be disparaged, when in point of fact, actually, we all are far more owned by the system than ever before, really, at least in our culture. Yeah, you are. It has to do with private property, ownership. And here's the thing. When you look at the theories of communism and capitalism, we have been taught by both, because they both come from the same modernist source, to confuse property with commodity. That's right. You're encouraged to confuse the terms. And that's why, again and again, when people talk about private property, they treat it as if it's a synonym of commodity. But in fact, commodity production is a very enemy, as Karl Marx pointed out, of private property. We confuse, and have been taught to confuse, property with commodity. And soon enough, because of that, we think of belonging in terms of property as commodity. We think to belong to another, that's to be a property and that's to be a commodity, as if it were real southern slavery or something. And so we tend to think, therefore, that to vow ourselves to another, to belong to another, is in fact the very antithesis of freedom. That's why vows are so easily dissolved and broken, because we think they're antithetical, they're opposed to freedom. And freedom is largely defined today by market ideas. That which can be owned, sold and consumed. It should be free to be able to sell our pictures of underage children as art. It's a commodity that I own and others can own, and thus the property is a commodity and people are commodified. But you see, with all of this, it doesn't quite work like this. As soon as you make property to be a commodity, it ceases to actually, in the proper sense of the term, to be private property. It's as if you've publicly listed everything about your culture. So, the idea today is commitment is slavery and thus easy divorce, and in fact, more and more, I'm sure you remember, I remember when I first heard of prenuptial contracts, I think in the 80s, it was all a bit of a hoot and a laugh. Well, they're obviously very, very common today, such that they don't really raise any kind of comment whatsoever. You see, in respect of commodities, as I say, nothing really belongs. There's no belonging. This is what private property really is about, is belonging. That's what ownership really is probably about, is belonging. If you start to see your private property as your commodity, it now belongs to you vis-a-vis the market. That's why in capitalism, like communism, both are at root antithetical. They are both opposed to private property. No matter how much the discourse of capitalism, of liberal democracy, is that it promotes private property, you only have to look at the effects. Private means this. Private means private. It means it is not to be open to the public. It's not open to the public, except insofar as you, who lives in that property, who owns the property, allow it to be so insofar as neighbours and guests and friends. It is not to be open willy-nilly to the public or to be considered in a public way. It is not listed. Private means the privation of the public. Private means the privation of the public. Now, this is not in respect of big capitalist commodity holdings or real estate investment, because quite plainly with all of those, it's the antithesis of private property. They are corporate property and consequently part of a capitalist, liberal, progressivist system. A commodity is something that is always able to be translated into a market product, and indeed is assessed as such and understood as such. I mean, look, surely it doesn't bear saying that that's how the vast majority of people understand their buying of a home. They understand it in terms of investment opportunity. And in fact, I've known people, I know plenty of people, who have far more than one property. In fact, they can have 3, 4 or 5 or even more. God, there's some people who have hundreds of properties because of speculation. Hence today, increasingly, the idea of one family home passed down as an idea of an inalienable property belonging to all the family, not just to the parents, mind you, but to the children as well and their children. That concept is, of course, a kind of retro nostalgia to be mocked. One associated, I guess, with period pieces, with period dramas. The definition of proletariat, I should explain, is not necessarily equatable with working class in Marx or other theories. Proletariat means homeless. I'm not going to go into this because I've been into this before in other classes. As I've said before, if you read the Communist Manifesto, and it's something that is taken up in Marx, his later works, the Communist Manifesto by Marx and Engels, it was following the revolutions across Europe in 1848, which largely failed. People were saying, look, the communists are out to destroy religion, private property, and marriage. Marx and Engels basically argued, we are out to see them dissolved, but we will not destroy them. It is capitalism that will destroy them. And thus, he said, it is capitalism that will destroy religion, private property, and marriage. And he's right. If there's anything in it, he's right. And that's why he said, all that's solid melts into the air, all that is sacred is profaned. Meaning, the bourgeoisie in liberal capitalism, liberal progressivism, takes out the substance of things and it becomes a commodity. And that's what happens today. Look, in a sense, and that's why Marx argued, with the rise of industrial capitalism, more and more proletariat would come about from the bourgeoisie, from the middle class. Because the middle class, he said, that capitalism is the most revolutionary of all forces, which it is. He said, what it will do is make the system, the financial system, so unstable, you're going to have to invest your monies in, mortgages and blah, blah, blah. And it'll all be subject to the fluctuations of the market. And this isn't a primitive type market of the 19th century. And he said what that will end up in is the effective landlessness of most of the middle class bourgeoisie, who will then sink down such that it will only have their labour to sell. And because they're more educated, they will actually raise the consciousness of the more peasant working classes, and there will inevitably be a revolution. Whether or not that would ever occur is another matter, but that was the argument. Obviously, I think he was wrong in terms of the idea that there'd be a rising up and revolutionary overthrow of those things, but certainly his understanding of the effects of capitalism has been borne out. And I often make out the point that in many of those people in the last, obviously 10 years in the rediscovery of Marx, and they point out that Marx was very much on the ball in terms of things like the global financial crisis and others. What they don't tend to mention is another matter. In Das Kapital, his major later work, his point was about the commodification of all things. Nothing has any substance in itself. The only value and meaning is its commodity value, the market value. And that everything, he said, was becoming a commodity value. Well, in point of fact, that has happened even to human life. The unborn, with abortion, and with embryonic and fetal stem cell research, our experimentation on human life, in order to create, among other things, believe it or not, better cosmetics for those of us who live. And yet it's funny, those supposedly on the left who are saying, look at Marx's reputation as being vindicated, never mention that. And yet, that of all things would bear it out. Liberal progressivism destroys and is part and parcel of free market ideology, even if it opposes it. What the global financial crisis showed, like others before it, and this especially in America, but certainly here, is that most of us can, at any time, be made homeless due to the fluctuations of the market. And your super, and I've known a number of people whose super vanished overnight. Your super can vanish overnight. And if you've got your house mortgaged and you don't have anything to back up, you can lose that house very easily within a few months. Commodity is thus the very antithesis of private property. Commodity does not equal property. In fact, as I say, commodity is the very antithesis of property, of private property. Property is owned, and its value to the owner is the belongingness. The belongingness. In a sense, property is owned because we might say paradoxically it is not owned. I mean that property is not owned in fact by one person, but by a family or a clan, and even ultimately to a society, one that is not communist or capitalist. In other words, what I want to argue and arguing is that property is not owned, it belongs. It belongs. And to properly appreciate this, we need, in a way, to strip ourselves of our greed and our desire to own commodities. We need to strip ourselves of that desire. That sense, then, of owning, of being owned, is a fundamental aspect of being itself. The very sense of private property, of the belongingness in its correct sense, is very much a fundamental socio-economic and cultural aspect to the knowledge of the lyricism of being. In other words, there is a political and economic dimension to metaphysics proper. If you try to abstract them away, you end up in nothing more than mere abstractions that have no oomph, no clout whatsoever. One of the things that was mentioned in the break discussion was what now? What now? Well, I'll just say this. There is opposition. And that's why I said in the first hour, the eschatological apocalyptic dimension is so fundamental to revolutionary thinking. When one thinks and sees and looks at the kind of logic of the liberal, progressive, bourgeois, capitalist philosophy from people like Hume and Smith onwards, but certainly from people like Bentham and John Stuart Mill through to people like Karl Popper and others, what you see is an antipathy towards metaphysics, and a kind of disparaging of the utopian and eschatological vision. For as Trotsky, for example, understood perfectly well, that idea, the millenarian, the idea that yes, a new world can be created, is fundamental to revolutionary fervour. It's fundamental. If you don't have that, if you don't believe that you can change the world, that you can oppose this incredible monolithic system, a totalitarian system in fact, by all definitions, if you don't believe you can change it, then why are you going to bother? If you think a kind of revolutionary change is not efficacious, why bother? It's just a tease. And that in a way is like all the so-called dissidents in theology and otherwise. They're nothing. They're nothing. In effect, they're innovating. They destroy any real revolution because not only do they splinter and not show solidarity, they just serve themselves and show how nice they are as people and get their books published. They destroy and sap. That's why I actually tend to think probably in the theological training it would be good for people to read Trotsky on terrorism and communism, which was written in 1920 in relation to the liberal progressive socialists like Kautsky. You have to have a sense in which you can change, an efficacy of change. And of course we all know that this side of the fall and this side of Jesus' return, we're not going to make a perfect world, but we certainly can work towards that. And that was actually Benedict's point in his last encyclical. Yes, we cannot build the kingdom of God on earth now, but we can certainly build the preparations for such and make things better. Yes, we can. In our current state, it certainly is not violence that will do that. Clearly not. And usually violence, not always, but usually is pointless. It's a question of battle of ideas. And, I guess, sacrifice and renunciation. In replace of that, all you get is what increasingly many philosophers, and indeed, unfortunately, those who claim to be theologians teach. And this is what there really is, as I said in the first hour, a kind of anti-metaphysics of eternal becoming. Eternal becoming. Becoming what? Well, you haven't got it if you're asking what. It's just eternal becoming. There is no consummation. An endless process of negative dialectic that gets nowhere. It's interesting, even on the left, when one sees the difference. For Marx and Engels and Lenin, who was very big, and Trotsky for that matter, the idea that yes, there was a dialectic in capitalism, a negative one, but that it would finally bring a final kind of crisis and paradoxical contradiction collapse, and out of that you would be able to get the sense of a real presence of revolutionary change. However, from the late 1920s, 30s onwards to this day, that now, by many who claim to be on the left, is an endless negative dialectic. An endless becoming. In other words, it's futile. It gets nowhere. There is no eschatology. Thus, if you have an anti-metaphysics of eternal becoming, of non-consummation, everything is commodity. Everything is just rejigged commodities. Again, the point about before. We're cynical because we know we've all heard it before. We've all seen the movie before. We've all seen it. Though it's always promoted as an amazing thing or amazing product, surely all of us know, even 10-year-olds know, I know what the formula is, I've seen it before. But in a way, again, we voluntarily live that doubleness of thinking not. That is, everything's just a rejigged commodity. But in a contrast to that, a metaphysics of presence has the eschatological consummation, a sense of property, of ownership, in which the two become one, and Christ's bride and Jesus become one. We seek union with beauty to own it, and that is a healthy and correct desire. When we see beauty, that desire to own it, to be in union with, is surely an absolutely correct desire. However, we live this side of the fall, and we corrupt that desire. And we think we can own it without it owning us. We think we can own beauty without it owning us. And that's really prostitution, isn't it? We can own the prostitute, but she or he doesn't own us. We've got the money, they're a commodity. That's what you do with a commodity. You own a commodity, it does not own you. But with private property, well, it works both ways. And with beauty it works both ways, which means When this side of the fall we think we can own it without it owning us, that is why we'll never own it. What we need to do is to be owned by beauty, and that regards and involves reason and morality, sacrifice and renunciation. It involves purgation. And that's, I guess, how love works. I'll finish there for this time.
Just the last business about owning beauty. In your notes, Robert, you said, to see beauty, we must have beauty in ourselves. And that's exactly what you said, isn't it? Yeah. So to come back to the marriage vow, to love and be loved, or to be owned, to own and be owned. Even the church is telling us now, or some churches, some homilies, I hear, that we, wives, do not own their husbands, and husbands do not own their wives. We must be given freedom.
Look, and I think the problem there is what I'm bringing out here is that I don't think most people know what they're talking about, or they're addressing a false concept of ownership, an idea of ownership that is of commodity. And that, I think, is possibly one of the most pressing questions in the debate today, is actually to make it clear that no, those two things are opposed. And that when we talk about ownership and private property, we certainly do not mean commodity. That, I think, has to be very, very much.
So you would be in favour of deleting the word chattels, like when the Lord of the Manor in England a couple of centuries ago, when he bought a property, he bought all the people and all the households.
Yeah.
Well, they were the human beings. They belonged to him.
Yeah.
And he wanted to sell them. Well, he could sell them according to his whim. But my secondary, that's just a comment. My secondary thing was, have you been listening to David Hume, the Philosopher's Zone, with David Hume documentaries in
no, I haven't,
on the ABC?
No.
Oh, very good.
Okay.
I'm sure you enjoy it. So my question is, I think this concept of belonging is even taken one step further, and I was comment on this, by the Aboriginal people. They reject the concept of belonging, except in the reverse sense. They belong to the land.
Okay.
They belong to the trees and blah, blah, blah. And so when the English people come along and stuck their flag in the ground, and they said, well, it all belongs to us now.
Sure.
They didn't have a sort of a philosophical base to reject that.
I think more importantly, they didn't have a military base. Look, you're right in what you're saying. The interesting thing, say, about feudalism was, in a way, the Lord didn't have that total right, because of course there were traditional responsibilities checked, especially by the church and such. Unfortunately, what happened, I won't go into too much in, especially the 15th, 16th century, where most scholars argue for the rise of the idea of the autonomous individual, especially in Renaissance Italy, is the notion of property, commodity, becomes a very big thing among those areas, and it spreads out. So, unfortunately, you're right. The concept of responsibility of ownership declines with the rise of the mercantile commodity class. And this is something that, yes, we do see happening within British law. Look, obviously all of this is being very simplified, because, of course, there's movements and counter-movements through history. But what we're looking at when we look at the history of culture and economics and politics, we're looking at the logic that works itself out despite people's best efforts to oppose it. And so what you're saying is right, and I guess that sense in which of Aboriginal culture of you belong to the land, have a responsibility for the land, is a very important one. But of course, along that line, I'll just say something. It was an article I read by a missionary, a Maoist missionary, who'd worked in an Aboriginal settlement in the 1930s, 40s, and he met one of his very good friends, this Aboriginal huntsman. And this huntsman was incredible, you know, he's talking about how amazing he was. That yes, he used a gun and a spear, but he would always kill a kangaroo with whatever shot. And in fact, once he pointed out he actually was able to kill 2 kangaroos with one shot by lining them up properly. Now, he was a very healthy, incredible individual. Years later, a decade or 2 later, the missionary went back to renew old contacts and met the fella, and the fella now was basically, unfortunately, very much on the decline in terms of physical health and psychological health. And he asked what on earth had happened. Now, this is just the effect, the power of an economic system, not necessarily of any bad faith of people operating in. A corner shop had opened, as it were, you know, a shop had opened, and it meant that now no longer within his tribe, within his clan, did he have a kind of authoritative status of being. Why do we have to rely on you to get food? We just go down there and buy it. And you know, obviously no one had any I imagine no wicked intention, but that's the problem, I guess, this side of the fall, is what it is and what happens within these situations, and what it is, you know, that people of good faith work to try to ameliorate them and so forth. And I guess, in a way, this is what's happening today, and that all of us are, I guess, confronted by this. So we'll look at one last, and then
This is just a comment. You spoke about becoming. What would you say the phrase was becoming?
a kind of endless becoming.
Endless becoming. Well, it just struck me that how perfect that Hopkins' poem is, which speaks about the flux, you know, the rapidity in flux, but then he goes, cuts across it with the resurrection,
yes, yeah, exactly.
And therefore everything is okay because we were all what Christ is and he was what I am. But I just feel that sort of sums up the whole thing in a way.
Yeah, but that's on nature and Heraclitean fire, and Heraclitus is the major philosopher associated with the notion of endless becoming, and so Hopkins is opposing that with a Christian doctrine of real consummation. So, well, okay, well, we'll see you next week.
You sounded...
Okay, well, we'll begin then. I'm just going to read from an epistle of St. Ignatius. You'll see his years there, 35 to 107 AD. He was Bishop of Antioch and he was martyred. And this is in one of his letters, a letter to the Ephesians, and it's a quote that he's giving from obviously an early Christian liturgy. Very flesh yet spirit too, uncreated and yet born, God and man in one agreed, very life in death indeed, fruit of God and Mary's seed, at once impassible and torn by pain and suffering here below, Jesus Christ, whom as our Lord we know. Impassible means to not be able to suffer. As I say, it's more than likely a liturgical text, and Ignatius is quoting a part of a liturgy, a poem from the context of an early Christian liturgy. And if you look at it, it's incredibly succinct and brief, and yet what it contains is quite amazing. It's Trinitarian in structure. Obviously God, in terms of God the Father, the Spirit, and of course Jesus Christ. But also, you could say, it's incarnational. That's its main impetus. So its structure is Trinitarian, and yet that which comes within it is incarnational. And it's incarnational because it brings together two apparently opposite things. Flesh yet spirit, uncreated and yet born. God and man in one agreed, life in death indeed. So the passion and resurrection, a fruit of God and yet of Mary, at once unable to suffer because by reason of his deity, and yet able to suffer and by reason of pain and suffering here below. Jesus Christ, whom as our Lord we know. In other words, it's full of paradox. It's based on paradox. In the middle of all of this play of paradox is God and man in one agreed. The incarnation, Jesus Christ, truly God yet truly man, two natures not able to be separated and yet not confused. The mystery of the incarnation, and indeed you could argue that the mystery of the incarnation is the central paradox of the faith. Two natures, inseparable yet conjoined, inseparable but not confused. This is the mystery of theology. We might ask, how is human nature able to be so joined and taken up by God? And through human nature, all of creation as well. How is that possible? Look, we're not dealing with some kind of pantheism. We're not dealing with something that would resolve all paradox by simply saying, well, everything's God. All is God. We're not dealing with that simplistic sameness that the fallen mind naturally gravitates to. An intellectual laziness, I think. We're not dealing with that. We're dealing with God who is totally other, and creation which was created out of nothing by that God. So how is it possible that God and humanity should somehow be so intimately conjoined in the incarnation? And through humanity, all creation. I mentioned before, what we have to understand is this. In theology, in Christian theology, we are not saved through the deity of Christ. We are not saved through the deity of Christ. We are saved through his flesh. Through his flesh. So, through his human flesh. Now, as the Eastern Orthodox put it, everything that Jesus took on board, that the Word of God took on board in his incarnation, is saved. And because of his human body, therefore within and via that human body, there is aspects of all creation taken up. It is through humanity that is a priest of creation, which is a very important concept, as we'll see, that all creation is saved. We are the priest of creation, but because we fell, therefore the Word of God has to take flesh, be without sin, and thereby redeem human flesh and thereby all creation. But nevertheless, it's still a mystery. And it's a theological mystery that's entwined with anthropology and with all created being, with the very beingness of everything. How can creator and created be so closely joined? It's a paradox that in Romans 1:20 is in a way intimated when St. Paul says the invisible things of God are clearly seen. How is it that the invisible things of God are visible? How does that paradox work? And St. Paul says the eternal divinity, the very power of God is seen. That is, that which is totally other to creation, the invisible, that is God, is clearly seen in that which is not God, that is creation. In other words, there's a paradox. It's a paradox, an irreducible paradox, and it's one that is perfected in the incarnation. The uncreated with the created. Now, paradox is a central element, really, in so much Christian theology. But it's not just paradox by way of being clever. It actually is a paradox that tells us about the true nature of being itself, the true nature of metaphysics, the true nature of creation itself. Chesterton made a lot of paradox. Paradox was central to his writing, and for this reason, because he intimated and then clearly understood that paradox in literature is, as it were, an expression of the very ontology, the very beingness of things. In Christianity, in theology, we often refer to the paradox by way of analogy. We say that all our language when we speak about God is analogical. It means analogical literally means other language. Other language. It means our language means something true about God, but God is always something other and greater. As Dionysius the Areopagite said, the mystic, God is hooper. It's hooper being. It means any beingness that we have in God is so perfect as other. It's absolutely perfect, and we approximate it, and yet we do approximate. There is that paradoxical reaching towards that analogy. Now, this is the point I want to bring out. A paradox is only possible. We're talking here about the Christian paradox, the theological paradox. A paradox is only possible where you have an irreducible relation. Now, this is where Christianity takes a lot of Aristotle, but has to fundamentally transform Aristotle. This is where Christianity thoroughly, fundamentally reforms metaphysics. Very famously, Aristotle held that substance proper was, as it were, before relation. That relation, in a way, was a kind of secondary characteristic to substance proper. That is, substance, or real stuff, and then you have relations. Well, Christianity says otherwise. Christianity says no. It is a substantial relation. Relation is absolutely substantial and essential to the very beingness. And of course, no more so than in theology proper, in the Trinity. God is three persons yet one substance. One substance yet three persons. You cannot reduce the persons of the Trinity to sameness. If you do, then you're a heretic. You cannot do that. Otherness and sameness in God are equally constitutive of the very beingness of God. There is no such thing as a purely theistic theology, the idea of a monopersonal God. It is tripersonal. God is tripersonal yet one. Thus, paradox works on irreducible relation, and that's why when you read the Church Fathers, they play again and again on paradox. Not only in reference to Trinity, but in reference to the Incarnation as well, and indeed much else as well. A paradox is only possible where there is an irreducible relation. In a way, we might say here, absolute intimacy yet distance. Distance and yet an absolute intimacy, where distance means otherness. Thus, you cannot reduce being or substance or God to an ideal, absolute, self-same autonomy. That's a pagan philosophical way of understanding God. God is three persons yet one substance. God is not one person, absolutely so. That's a pagan way, a philosophical pagan way of understanding. And indeed, when we look at people like Plotinus, probably one of the greatest of pagan philosophers, that's exactly how he envisages the ideal of God, as Aristotle really does. Absolute self-sameness. No difference whatsoever. Thus, God himself is irreducible Trinity, one yet three, being same but other. The paradox of theology and all being reveals God, because this is the point. One of the major debates in Christian theology has been, is there a revelation of the Trinity in creation per se? Now, some will argue yes, others argue no, others will say, well, there is and there is not. Simply put, it's this. Creation, as St. Paul says, clearly reveals the invisible things of God. And as we know now, God is Trinity. So yes, in one way, yes, all creation does bear testimony to the Trinity, but it is only through the incarnation that the fullness of the revelation and the truth of the Trinity is made known. And it is through, therefore, the humanity of Jesus, and thus as an essential part of humanity's priesthood of creation. In that sense, being reveals God. Then being itself, created being, must itself be of the nature of an irreducible paradox. Our beingness itself must be of the nature of an irreducible paradox. And in point of fact, that's what many Christians who are involved in science today argue. Their argument is, in terms of quantum physics, is that's exactly what we find, the kind of paradoxical, irreducible relationalism in subatomic world that can't be made sense of, a kind of Newtonian physics that would reduce things to the atoms. No. We don't come down to these irreducible atoms. Now we come down to what we know as being an incredible mystery of some very strange relations that are beyond our ken. We come to the paradoxical, you could say, in the most sub-physics, on that borderline, you could almost say, of metaphysics, because many of them start to sound very much like metaphysicians. So, in some sense, I guess I'm arguing that this hints at the mystery of the paradox we've been looking at, that we've come across. That intimacy and distance. Intimacy and distance. The union that preserves otherness. But this side of the fall, I think, we try to subsume the other into ourselves by whatever means. We try to make others merely an extension of ourselves. In other words, we try to reduce others to sameness. Our sameness. So there's that paradox, I think, of our intimacy and distance that actually truly reflects the irreducible, paradoxical nature of being itself. That's why that sense of distance, that sense of mediation is so important. Is so important to theology, philosophy and poetry. It's so important, in a way, to see things at a slant. This is where I'm going to read that short from Emily Dickinson. Tell all the truth, but tell it slant. Success in circuit lies. Too bright for our infirm delight, the truth's superb surprise, as lightning to the children eased with explanation kind, the truth must dazzle gradually, or every man be blind. Tell all the truth, but tell it slant. Success in circuit lies, too bright for our infirm delight, the truth's superb surprise. As lightning to the children eased with explanation kind, the truth must dazzle gradually, or every man be blind. Now, I'm not saying that Dickinson is saying what I'm saying, but I think there's a very great truth that she intimates in that. That the idea that you can see things immediately without need of the other is something, I would argue, I'm not saying Emily Dickinson is, will send you blind because it will make you blind with injustice and with sin. Last week I said of the difference between the pre-modern and the modern. I pointed out that the pre-modern believed in consummation and desire. The pre-modern, remember, believed in consummation and desire, whereas the modern has come to disbelieve and to deny all possibility of true consummation. And thus, in the modern, much is made of Heraclitus and Nietzsche and others, the idea that everything is in an eternal state of becoming, never reaching a goal, all eternally becoming. That is, there is no true consummation. And though we might think there is a consummation, our feelings lie. That's a modern predicament, a cynicism as we saw, whereas the pre-modern believed in desire. It didn't mean that it put desire in the first place or the passions in first place. Far from it. It subordinated the passions to reason and reason to faith, and thereby put them in their proper place and enriched them. But we, in a way, our disbelief in desire is shown in the way that we give in to the passions. Because in a way that says, I don't believe that in the long term there's going to be a fulfillment of my desires, so I may as well get what I can right here and now. In other words, the more that you go for an immediacy of fulfilling your passions, the less you actually do believe in desire, because you just want to take what is present now. Get what you can while you can. So say the pre-modern wasn't like that, for as we saw in the first week with Pseudo-Dionysius, the Areopagite, that mystic, desire is of being's very character. Remember, desire is the very beingness of being, of created being, because it's encoded, you could say, in the very character of being itself, that it desires that which is other to it, namely God. It yearns for God. The very beingness of everything yearns and reaches for that which is other. In other words, being is an open system, because it opens up to that which it is not. Whereas in our modern world, well, we all know there is no teleology, no hope of a final consummation, no God who is other, and thus we live in a closed system. The Trinity is love. And that love, as Dionysius points out, overflows itself. The love for the Father, for the Son is a mutual love between Father and Son. That love, as Dionysius puts it, overflows itself, and in overflowing itself, as he puts it, it brings life out of nothing. It brings being out of non-being. It creates ex nihilo, from nothing. It creates some. So, being desires its creator, God, just as God desires creation. But God doesn't desire creation because He needs us. God doesn't need us. God loves us. God doesn't need us. God loves us. Because that's the thing. When you need someone, which is all well and good in that neediness, and it should be met at times, the point is, you know but that's often not a healthy, mature, loving relationship. It's a healthy relationship in terms of hospital care or psychological care and counselling care. Of course, that's very good and to be praised. But of course, any lover relationship based upon that kind, it's probably not going to last that long. God loves. God does not need. The abundance and efficacy of God's love is what ex nihilo, the creation out of nothing, testifies to. But let's come back to modernity again. We saw as well previous weeks how modernity has been marked by successive deaths. Remember, death of metaphysics, Francis Bacon and Hobbes and Locke and then David Hume and others. Metaphysics is no more, it's dead and buried. The death of God. God does not exist, there is no God. The death of the author. Why are you looking to the author's intention for the meaning of this text? The author is dead, says Roland Barthes. Death of the subject, death of man, as Foucault said. God has died, as Foucault said. But don't think man is stepping into his place. Humanity is dead as well. And so too the self. In other words, as we saw, all of those deaths that mark modernity are marked by the idea that there is no real or true substantial identity to be met with. There's no real true substance to be ever met with. Or as the late modernists say, there is no presence. You're not going to be able to enter into the presence of anything because there's no substantial presence to be met with. Be it metaphysics, God, author, subject, self, or what have you. All is merely appearance in eternal becoming. So of course, as we saw, if there is no presence, no substance proper, well, there can't be any consummation. There's not going to be any. There's not going to be any fulfillment of your desire, because each and every desire desires one thing. It wants to be met. It wants to be consummated. It wants to be fulfilled. That's what desire wants. Thus, modernity, there is no consummation. And this is seen in modernity's problem with epistemology. And I'll explain. Epistemology means trying to understand knowledge, or how we know something. So epistemology is a study of knowing. Be careful. So, in a way, epistemology has been the major theme and problem in modern philosophy. So, let's just put it in its most basic form. How does the subject, the thinker, let us say, come to truly know the object? How do I, how do you, how do all of us, the subject, how do we know if we truly know the object that we're studying? How do I know that that chair really exists or is a chair? And that's a problem. It's a great problem. And it's not solved by the vulgar idea of, we'll just go and kick it. Because, of course, they understand that, well, that kick is a sensory reaction, and quite plainly, our senses can delude us. If I hypnotise, someone hypnotises you, they can make you believe that you've just kicked the chair such that your toe will start to swell up. So the idea of, we'll just kick it. Well, it's fallacious. That's not going to answer it for you. How do we know if we truly know something? How? And how do we know that we do truly know? Because after all, we might know it truly, but perhaps we're not aware that we know it truly. These are the problems in modernity, because basically what it means that since the breakup of the church, of Christendom, there is a division that cannot be overcome. It's like a schism runs through everything. And you might think that's good, there's a distance. But it isn't. It's not a good distance. It's a schism, not distance. And that's a problem. What tends to happen, I'm not going to go and rehearse all the attempts to try and answer it, but basically most people just accept Immanuel Kant's view. All you do is really say that all objects to be known conform to the, as it were, a priori given principles of knowledge in my head. Meaning, you can never really ever know if you do know the thing itself properly. You can't know. You can't even know yourself, says Kant, because you can never know metaphysics or substance. It's a nihilistic view, and it's an irrational view, and it assumes things that in fact it contradicts. But there you are, that's modernity. But let's just step back a bit and see really what it's saying in another way. Let's try and see what it's saying. You see, really what it's saying is this: that subjectivity, our thinking, is per se corrupting. Our very knowing, our very reasoning is per se corrupting. So the idea is that if we want to truly know something, we have to basically leave it alone as much as possible. We have to try and leave it alone because our subjectivity is per se corrupting. In other words, to truly know something becomes an impossible task in modernity. It becomes an impossible task ultimately to know. And thus, even in anti-modernity, even in those currents like Heidegger will say subjectivism is corrupting. He too will say subjectivism, humanism is corrupting. And that, in fact, it corrupts and obscures being itself. And that's why in Heidegger, like so many, we find that kind of mystic ennui, as I said the other week, that sense of passivity of, oh, we better leave well alone, and maybe if we just wait here, it'll suddenly appear, the beingness of things. That idea that the only way a human can truly know is to withdraw their very subjectivity. It's a passivity that we've touched upon. But here's the point: in Christian theology, a union in difference, an intimacy in distance, there is a true union of subject and object. A true union that preserves the integrity of the object and the subject. And yet nevertheless a true union. A true union. And this is also what's more, it's not passive. Knower and known can come together in a true union in which each are known and yet each in their integrity as other is kept in place. And this is the point. That union is not passive. In fact, that union is creative. And this is why, when we read in the scripture, again and again, of course, the theme of to know in the Bible means sexual union. And the greatest knowledge, of course, is the sexual union, but that itself symbolizes a greater knowledge, which is the union of the bride of Christ, the church, with Christ, the union of the church with God. It's that knowledge of sexual that is seen as sexual union. Why is it presented like that? Why? I'm not too sure that I know of any modern philosopher, secular philosopher, who when dealing with epistemological theory has ever said, well, yeah, why don't we use the model of sexual union to talk about true knowledge? I don't know that any do. But certain Christian theologians do, and John Paul II certainly did. You see, one of the reasons is this. This is why contraception is opposed as an evil. This is the logic behind the opposition to contraception. You see, what contraception does is it makes a sexual act an end in itself. In other words, it closes off the sexual act from its transcendent function. It closes it off. It closes desire off, so desire goes nowhere, really. I won't use the language, but you have your fun and that's it. Contraception is a prevention of transcendence in the sexual act, because contraception prevents new life. New life. Obviously, that's what it's meant to do. And thus, in a way, what you could say is the problem with modernity and epistemology is it's fallen into a contraceptive philosophy. Because it's closed off the world, it's closed off being from the transcendent, that is from God. And this gives us an idea of what it is to truly know the world. Not only does it mean a substantial relation in which you have subject and object in true relation, and yet in their integrity, it means it's creative. It means it's open to life. And I'm not going to be reading any of Hopkins' poetry because that's a whole series on. I just want to point out that is what Gerard Manley Hopkins meant. That's what Hopkins meant when he understood what the role of poetry was. When he said that it united the inscape, the very essence of things, that it brought the inscape of the poet and what the poet was praising, when it brought the inscapes together into a moment of in-stress, which is when both are raised up. That comes out in his poetry. When the poet properly praises and understands the object of what he's poeticizing about, he or she merges, as it were, with that, and the two become one, and they become one by each being lifted up to a higher state. The essence of things are brought together in stress, and they are raised to a higher state. So in other words, in the poetry, the poet truly starts to know the very beingness of the object of what the poem is about, but it doesn't stop there. It's not passive. It's creative. It raises up the very beingness of the poet and the object to a higher third level, you could say, a new state of fuller being, just as with the sexual act. In its ideal state, the two come together, and out of that coming together, another is created. So, the other thing Hopkins understood was this. Not only is it creative and subject and object come together, not only is it creative, it comes to a higher state, and that higher state of being is marked by praise and joy. Praise and joy. Indeed, in such a state, the two can't be distinguished. Praise and joy in such a state cannot be separated. They are of a piece. And that's why Hopkins, in his work, understood that in the poet's work, in his or her work, the poet brings out the in-stress of things. I remember how Hopkins sets out to portray the in-stress. He gives it a term. Sprung rhythm. Sprung rhythm. What does it mean? Well, we often see that it's quite a strange concept, but what it meant for Hopkins was a kind of plosiveness, an explosion out, a kind of erupting out. Things explode out in a fruitfulness. It is sprung rhythm. In other words, it's the rhythm of being itself. A rhythm of being itself, because sprung rhythm, we could argue, corresponds to consummation proper. Because two become one and new life comes out of that. The point is this: humanity's subjectivity, its very knowing, is not corrupting. Though this side of the fall, of course, we have to deal with evil and sin, but it's not corrupting, rather is it completing. It completes, and not just in poetry and art and theology and philosophy, but in science, technology as well. All can play a role in this matter. It's part of the stewardship of creation. And all of them do so when they lead to a whelming up of praise in a union with God full of love. And yet, here's the paradox: difference. At that most intimate of moments of union, we also know in a very glorious way that there is the absolute difference between ourselves and God. We are not God. And yet, in the closest intimacy and union with God, that intimacy and union with God is expressed in knowing that God is other to us. That's why any false mysticism that says, "Oh, I am God," is exactly that. It's false. It's a kind of immediacy, a kind of sameness that would reduce everything to sameness. Hence, we worship in our praise. But that's the thing. A worship, the height and perfection of worship, is a joyful gratitude. Something that whelms up within us. For there is a true and a real other whom we can thank. And in this, I'm only going to read a few sections. Okay, the Loves of Taliesin is a Celtic poem. Our copies come from the 11th and 12th centuries AD, but it probably comes from earlier than that. It's a long one. I'm not going to read it all. You can read it in. It's a litany. The beauty of the virtue in doing penance for excess. Beautiful too that God shall save me. The beauty of a companion who does not deny me his company. Beautiful too the drinking horn society. The beauty of berries at harvest time. Beautiful too the grain on the stalk. The beauty of the sun clear in the sky. The beauty of desire in a silver ring. Beautiful too a ring for a virgin. The beauty of an eagle on the shore when the tide is full. Beautiful too the seagulls playing. Beautiful too a bold man in the breach. The beauty of Aeneon, healer of many. The beauty of May with its cuckoo and nightingale. And beautiful too when good weather comes. The beauty of a proper and perfect wedding feast. Beautiful too a gift which is loved. The beauty of a strong parish led by God. Beautiful too being in the season of paradise. The beauty of the moon shining on the earth. The beauty of flowers on the tops of fruit trees. Beautiful too covenant with the Creator. The beauty of the word which a Trinity speaks. Beautiful too doing penance for sin. But the loveliest of all is covenant with God on the day of judgment. See, that very repetition shows a life. It shows this incredible expansiveness that it just wants to list everything and to declare it all beautiful. The very particulars in their particularity shows the distinction and the difference, the very delight and the variety. Yes, in answer to Haldane, the poet would say, beautiful too the fact that God loves beetles and makes 1 million different species of them. It's not a business account or an audit. That's not what he's doing. It's an overflowing desire to thank God for the very particularity and difference of beings. And that this particularity is a union for being itself, because what is it everything shares? Beauty. Beauty. And this beauty is a reflection of the complexion of God. Creation is the expression of God's beauty, and thus all creation is per se good, and thus all creation desires the good, desires God. So, just to sum up and go over, paradox is about an irreducible relation that we see first and foremost in the Holy Trinity. 3 persons yet one substance. A paradox that we see then fully revealed in the Incarnation. 2 natures, God and man, yet one person. It's a paradox that we see in being itself, that we get closest to being, more intimate with being, when we are at a proper distance, when we see it aslant, in circuits, as Dickinson puts it. But modernity is always grasping. It lost the unity of the church, and since then it's been trying every which way to regain that sacramental unity. But modernity is shot through with schism that it can't overcome, and in a way what we call postmodernity is simply giving up. Well, okay, everything's appearance, there is no consummation. Eat, drink and be merry. If you can, I guess, be merry. Modernities tries to get a metaphysics of autonomy. Even though it denies metaphysics, it tries for autonomy. The idea of the ideal individual. The autonomous individual is the fundamental presupposition of liberal progressivism and of the free market, and indeed of communism for that matter, which is why liberal progressives who oppose free market capitalism, they're not going to do anything because they're merely furthering it. The two are entwined. Things, I think, are changing, thankfully. Glenn Olson, in his book The Turn to Transcendence, The Role of Religion in the 21st Century, Glenn Olson, The Turn to Transcendence, it's a Catholic University of America press, came out last year in 2010. So Glenn Olson. Sorry?
What's the title again?
Sorry, The Turn to Transcendence. He points out, along with a lot of other scholars, that the notion of autonomy has collapsed in on itself and we have nothing now. He says that this reflects nature devoid, quote, emptied of any intrinsic relationship to God. And because nature no longer in modernity is seen as having an intrinsic relationship to God, there really is no intrinsic relationship between things in nature. Everything dissolves. And thus he says, quote, by contrast to a medieval symbolic or sacramental understanding of the world, in which all creatures speak of God and stand in a relation to God, which is a creaturely participation in God, the modern world has nothing of that. In a way, it's what Yeats said. Centre doesn't hold. You can try for autonomy, but it's not going to hold. And everything spins off into insubstantiality. And thus, contra to Hitchens and Dawkins and Harris and all that, they're not really getting very far. As I've said in the classes I gave and series on the argument about God, the reactions in most the intellectual press, liberal intellectual press, like London Review of Books, New York Review of Books, Harper's, New Yorker, Atlantic, has not been favourable to Hitchens and Dawkins. In a way, Hitchens and Dawkins are caught back in time somewhere. They don't really understand the problem that postmodernity has brought to the fore. They don't understand that. Someone like Glenn Olson does understand that. Charles Taylor, I don't think understands it. I don't think he has a clue. But people like Glenn Olson and others do. And that includes, I should stress, secular philosophers. In a way, I guess we're trying to find our way back to the lyricism and joy of being. But whether or not you can do that within a secular frame, well, I guess that's another matter entirely. But, look, I'll finish there for Alan can have any. I'm just asking what the poem of Tilley is, and it's our texts come from periods like the 12th and 13th centuries, but it obviously comes from before that. So, I guess that. So it's a what we don't like using the word, but it's what people call a Celtic.
You mentioned passing Dawkins and Hitchens. That on the weekend I just accidentally switched on the radio and I heard a segment from the Sydney Writers Festival, and one of the writers that's here, who happened to be speaking at the time, was A.C. Grayling.
Yes, yeah.
I've never heard of him. I've never really heard of him before, but I got the impression that he's up there with Richard and Dawkins.
Yeah, yes, yeah.
But he's just written a book that's on the top of the religious book list in Amazon and everywhere else. It's called The Good Book, which is for children. It coincides with the 400th anniversary of the
He did that intentionally.
Yeah. Do you know anything about him?
Yeah, look, Grayling's been around for a long time. He's an old figure. He was around before, well, when I say before Dawkins' fame in this. In terms of the Good Book, you'll find copies of it in Kinokuniya. And what it is, it's not a parody. He's being serious. What he's trying to do, and he's put it in a biblical form, like a King James, he's trying to give a kind of secular wisdom in it. And yeah, look, it sounds really nerdy and silly, but it's actually better than it sounds. I mean, I think Grayling's not I don't think Grayling's particularly brilliant, and it's not a particularly, look, it's not a philosophical argument book, not like some of his others. So Grayling largely writes essays, and he's lots of books of essays. So look, he's not particularly great. He's more, you could say, look, not that there's necessarily wrong with this, but like Alain Desbotton, they're more, you could say, and it's good to be a populist in certain ways, but they're not philosophers or thinkers that would be cited as Derrida would have, or others, or Zizek or others. I guess they're playing their role. So.
The aspects of the Good Book is a collection of all the philosophies, the great philosophers on the subject. That's what I've got from this.
Yeah, no, what it is, if you want to have a look in Kinokuniya. Think what it is. He says it's a distillation of the wisdom of things, but it's not a selection of essays, okay? It's not a selection of essays, and it's not a compendium of him going through and Kant said and Hume said and so on and so forth. It's not like that. It's done in the form to mirror and mimic the Bible. So it'll be like, and thus Joshua came unto him and blah blah, and it's not a parody. It's an attempt to mirror the King James Bible, to kind of be a distillation of philosophical and common wisdom. So don't go thinking it's a philosophical compendium or argument. That's not what it's meant to be. So,
He speaks very well.
I'm sure he does.
When you were talking about transcendence, I wondered if you might say something about there are levels of mysticism. You speak about things. You spoke about the sexual relationship and consummation. But going on to a different plane, spiritual marriage.
Yeah. Well, that's like we were talking last week. With the Song of Songs.
Yes.
And its use and understanding of being by reference to the bride of Christ and also the individual soul. So of course things like St. John of the Cross and his poetry is love poetry to God, and many other mystics as well. So that's why, as I said, the Song of Songs was actually the most commented on book in the medieval period of the Old Testament, the Song of Songs. The reason being, of course, because it encapsulated that sense of the mystic ascent to God through the language of, mystical consummation and mystical marriage. Yeah, very much so.
Do you think that the discourse of Jesus at the Last Supper does that same sort of thing?
It's certainly talking about I guess that's the whole point with when we understand union, because the other language of union that is used in the scriptures, of course, is eating. Now, in a lot of Jesus' parables, of course, those two themes are brought together, the marriage feast. So what we find in the parables and elsewhere in Jesus' comment and in the biblical books, we have the marriage feast, so that you get the theme of eating and drinking, that taking in of bodily, and the theme that points towards the nuptial consummation of it. Now that's the important thing to realize in the Bible. We are only taken so far in terms of what we can see of the mystery of the consummation. In the book of Revelations, we are only taken to the marriage of the New Jerusalem, the bride of Christ, with Jesus. At no time are we allowed to be voyeurs and to go into, obviously, the moment of consummation. That is not given or revealed. It's only intimated by things like in Ephesians, to know the love of Christ, which overflows and fills and so forth. So this side of the beatific vision, obviously we can only intimate and guess at it, and obviously not in any dogmatic fashion, because it is not given to us. It is only revealed at the moment. There is no, you could say, voyeurism there. So. But look, we'll finish then for this hour and have a break and coffee. In the beginning was a three-pointed star, one smile of light across the empty face, one bough of bone across the rooting air, the substant fork, the marrow, the first sun, and burning ciphers on the round of space, heaven and hell mixed as they spun. In the beginning was a pale signature, three-syllabled and starry as a smile, and after came the imprints on the water, stamp of the minted face upon the moon. The blood that touched the cross tree and the grail touched the first cloud and left a sign. In the beginning was a mounting fire that set alight the weathers from a spark. A three-eyed, red-eyed spark, blunt as a flower. Life rose and spouted from the rolling seas, burst in the roots, pumped from the earth, and rocked the secret oils that drive the grass. In the beginning was the Word that from the solid bases of the light abstracted all the letters of the void, and from the cloudy bases of the breath the word flowed up, translating to the heart first characters of birth and death. In the beginning was the secret brain. The brain was celled and soldered in the thought. Before the pitch was forking to a sun, before the veins were shaking in their sieve, blood shot and scattered to the winds of light, the ribbed original of love. Dylan Thomas is as a foil of sorts. What I mean by that, in much of his life he was something of a poisonous wreck that destroyed him, both himself and very much hurt and scarred those around him. And yet, I dare say, no 20th century poet captured beauty like he did. In this, I think, and in many ways, I think he is close to Hopkins. Closer to Hopkins than any other poet I can think of. In the beginning is like the voice of a modern man who intimates what has been lost and what has been obscured in modernity, and is struggling to grasp hold of that which was lost. And I dare say he writes such things that he himself only really dimly understands. The poem, in a way, I guess I have as a kind of parallel to St. Ignatius's piece, for the poem in Dylan Thomas evokes something of the Trinity, and evokes a Trinity in the creation of all things, not just at least the plays on three, intimation of spirit, of course, of word, of God, and of God's original intention. And all of this he intimates with a kind of interplay of creation, of the grace of creation, with Jesus's redemption of creation. Thus, he's bringing together the word of creation, the word that God speaks and creates all, the word made flesh, and the word's redemption of creation. Thus, the blood that touched the cross tree and the grail, the cross and the grail, and before all, blood shot and scattered to the winds of light. That is bringing together the grace of creation and the grace of redemption. The ribbed original of love. A reference to the creation of woman, but it is only the creation of woman such that when male and female are together that the full image of God is complete in Genesis 2, that is. The creation of woman to create the complete compact that is the covenant of communion of humanity, that is the image of God in Genesis. In other words, I guess I'd argue that Dylan Thomas captures all of this at a slant, as Emily Dickinson said. I should also point out that that number in your Emily Dickinson refers to the number given to the poem. Emily Dickinson very rarely gave titles to a poem. But anyway, I think Dylan Thomas captures that whole theological panoply, the vision, at a slant. And he does so through obscure and often mysterious intimations. But that's the joy of reading out loud Dylan Thomas, like Hopkins. There's something that you've got to capture of a spring in Dylan Thomas. A sense of plosiveness. Certainly not as accented as Hopkins, but nevertheless very similar to Hopkins. If when you start to read out Dylan Thomas, if you keep that in mind and give a certain plosive springness to what he's writing, I think you start to really capture the meaning of Dylan Thomas's poems. As I say, I'm sure that these were obscure and mysterious intimations to Dylan Thomas himself. But in that, I think, there is a sense of grace working in modernity. As modernity falls deeper into obscurity, into cloudedness, it falls more and more into conceit, such that as there is no God, no meaning, no substance proper, then the conceit of modernity is, of course, we will be God, or we will be as God. We will create meaning to fit ourselves. That's what happens. A lot of modernity ends up in a kind of passive ennui, but other aspects of modernity one can see, I guess, in certain philosophies such as communism and capitalism and liberal progressivism. An idea really, well, in the absence of God, as Foucault put it, well, Foucault said, well, in the absence of God is dead, but that doesn't mean man will take his place. Well, a lot of modernity say humanity will take his place. And thus comes the pretentiousness, the conceit, the idea that in the absence of God, in the absence of metaphysics and meaning, we will create meaning. We will be as God. We will all make all things plastic. Meaning by that, everything is manipulable. And that, in fact, is a good deal of contemporary science since the birth of modernity. Not just the thing of knowing the world or being stewards of the world, but to actually render the world in its very materiality plastic. That's the aim of nanotechnology today. That's the aim. To make the very solidity of matter something manipulable. I guess that's the aim really of trying to find something, the understanding of gravity, if it could ever be done, in order to be able to in some way defy gravity by making all things friction-free. In other words, to render the world a computer simulation. Because after all, a computer simulation has no friction, as we saw, and thus can be made into anything. And as I say, whether or not it'll ever be realized is another matter, but certainly that is the aim not only of transhumanism, but of a lot of science per se. We know that that's an aim in, of course, biology, is to create a manipulable, I guess, a marketable commodity out of human life and any life. But the aim is through nanotechnology. Nanotechnology refers to the creation of not just minuscule, as it were, computer bits, but the size even less than a molecule. That's the aim. And with that, to thereby render things malleable, to render everything plastic. In other words, the meaning of everything in such a state would be immediate and manipulable. Immediate because it's we create. We're going to create something. We're going to create meaning. It's immediate. I place my will upon this and I create whatever I want. And thus become God. This was what Heidegger understood, and lots of others in fact understood. It's what Heidegger understood and he grasped. The problem was that he identified that fallen sinful pride of modernity with humanism proper, which is why he was opposed to humanism. Let's get it clear. Humanism proper is not secularism. Humanism proper arose out of Catholicism, insofar as the Catholic Church took and baptized all that was great from the pagans. And thus, the high point of humanism is a Renaissance. It is not the Reformation, and it is not modernity. And in fact, that's why modernity, it is marked by, quite avowedly, an opposition to humanism. And Heidegger being a case in point, he opposed humanism because I guess he associated it with, wrongly, with modernity's conceit. In other words, Heidegger, like so many others, gave up on humanity. And as I said in previous series, that's what the philosophy of transhumanism is. Philosophy of transhumanism, and believe you me, it's not a kind of peripheral philosophy. There are many big names involved. The aim is to, as it were, bring the next stage of evolution under our conscious working, such that through nanotechnology, eugenics, genetic manipulation, we will create out of ourselves a species that is over and above humanity. That's why it's called transhumanism. And the hope is as well to abolish death. So I suppose Genesis is quite a bit. Anyway, Heidegger gave up on humanity, but Christian theology is made of sterner stuff and is defiant. There is a lot of guff written about the church having to be relevant. You can tend to know that when people say, oh, we must make the church relevant, you know they're going to be inevitably irrelevant and they're just going to further die. Because relevance is often understood by many progressivists simply to collaborate and capitulate. Yes, of course the church is to be relevant, but the question is how. And relevance is often seen in defiance. That which is often most relevant is most revolutionary because most defiant. And the church's relevance is often in its very defiance of modern fashion. And all of us know defiance is not only the stuff of revolution, but of poetry as well. Relevance, as popularly understood, I really don't know that I even have to say this, surely. Relevance, as popularly understood, makes all things insipid. Makes all things insipid and inane. And one only needs to read a little bit of contemporary relevant material to see that writ large. Poetry, when it tries to be relevant, always tends to be flat, predictable, boring and tedious, plodding and soul-destroying. And that goes for most art as well. Whenever it plays to the gallery, whenever it wants to try to be seen as young and relevant, as happening, inevitably it becomes anything but. It becomes risible and laughable. It becomes soul-destroying. In other words, such poetry is far from being lyrical. It does not spring, it collapses. It does not spring, it collapses. And that, not even in a dramatic way. It doesn't collapse in some kind of dramatic way, but as one collapses comfortably in a cosy armchair, at peace with the opinions of the world. The ancients and pre-moderns spoke of the harmony of the spheres. The harmony of the spheres. This was a notion that, for want of a better term, that the mechanics of the cosmos were of such a harmony and such a perfect ratio that the result was the sweetest, purest music. That's what was meant by the harmony of the spheres. In pre-Christian philosophy and in later Christian philosophy, the harmony of the spheres meant was the idea that the perfection of the cosmos was such that the planets were perfect spheres that were in such harmony and such perfect ratio that they created perfect music. That's why music, for people like St. Augustine, who wrote a whole book on music, and others, was so important for theology, because music was seen to embody the ideas of perfect ratio and harmony. Now, we don't have to hold to that, but there's something there that should tell us something. Later Christians baptized this view. That is, no longer did they see it so much as the music of the spheres, but the song of angels praising God. The idea, the song of angels praising God, the heavenly choir. That idea that we saw in Psalm 19, remember, heavens and earth declare the glory of God. However we might think of all this, the sense is the same. The sense is this: there is a rhythmic lyricism to being. To being itself, there is a rhythmic lyricism. There is rhythm and there is lyricism to the very beingness of creation. It sings. Metaphysics and music, you could say, go together, because being sings. And thus, the cosmos, being itself, is not the dull thump, thump of a repetitive drone of a machine. It's not that. It's a lyrical rhythm, not the dull thump of a repetitive drone of a machine that is now broken, or that tries to change its gears to no effect. Being is as a song. It is as music. In his book, The Music of the Spheres, which is where I've taken that La Pellegrina section, which I'll explain in a minute. The Music of the Spheres, which is Jamie James, Copernicus Press, 1995, he gives an overview of the theories of the music of the spheres. And he gives a number of examples in the Renaissance, a number of works from the Renaissance that bring this out, that is a common theme in the Renaissance, a very, very common theme, and usually Catholic ones that combine the Christian and the pagan symbology of harmony. Now, this La Pellegrina is from a work from 1589. It was a kind of opera, you could say, a musical piece put together for the wedding of Ferdinand and Christine at a wedding. So I'm just reading this out. This is a common sentiment of the period.
Ferdinand and
Christine.
And where were they?
I think it was Italian, sorry.
Italian, Christine.
Yeah. So I'm just going to, I'm only reading this out just because it's emblematic of the literature of the period. From the highest sphere, friendly escort of the celestial sirens, come I, harmony, to you, O mortals. For the winged messenger has brought to heaven a report of the greatest importance, that the sun never saw a couple noble as you, O new Minerva and strong Hercules. We, by whose singing the celestial spheres are sweetly made to turn round, have on this happy day taken leave of paradise to sing the greater wonders of a beautiful spirit and a comely face. Oh, how brightly do the clouds shine in the air, and with what beautiful colours! Hasten hither, shepherds, and you, charming, happy, lovely nymphs. Hasten hither to hear the sweet sound of celestial harmony. Now, this imagery and symbology are very, very prevalent, not just in the Renaissance, the latter part of the Renaissance there, but prior to that, and even a bit following. Now, what I'm going to now read is a very short section from The Merchant of Venice, just to show you that. How sweet the moonlight sleeps upon the bank. Here we will sit and let the sounds of music creep in our ears. Soft stillness and the night become the touches of sweet harmony. Sit, Jessica. Look how the floor of heaven is thick inlaid with patines of bright gold. There's not the smallest orb which thou beholdest, but in his motion like an angel sings, still choiring to the young-eyed cherubims. Such harmony is in immortal souls, but whilst this muddy vesture of decay, etc., etc. Now, those are two examples, but as I say, James gives many, many examples of the period. And he notes this: even in the 17th century, he still notes that theme of celestial harmony, of the notion of the spheres of heaven, of the angelic choir informing the heavens, is still present in a lot of the literature. But he notes this: it still had time to run, quote, before it finally bowed to the combined forces of science triumphant and the rise of romanticism. Before it finally bowed to the combined forces of science triumphant and the rise of romanticism. One should say a certain form of science. What he means by that is the notion more and more that science was dealing with things neutrally and objectively, and that the things in the world really have no inherent meaning except cause and effect. And thus everything is really mechanical, machine-like, which is what in the 18th century becomes a commonplace, that really everything's a machine, including man. All is a machine. So that theme of a kind of cosmic harmony and lyricism leaves. Thus, when creation was not of harmony, it starts to become either the purr of a law-guided machinery of a closed system, or in a romantic storm and strife. In the Romantics, it was simply that it was just unending, agonistic immanence, meaning all was in storm and strife of being. There was no sweet harmony of being, just storm and strife. So, this tells us something very, very important. It means that for modernity, the sound of space is either a sound of meaningless tread or a cacophony or dumb silence. In other words, it means chaos. Remember the void. It means ugliness. It means that creation is no longer seen as being per se beautiful. In other words, as Macbeth puts it, just creeps in this petty pace. And it really is a tale told by an idiot, signifying nothing. And if creation, if being is not beautiful, then it is neither plain, it just is simply ugly. And if it reflects anything, then what it reflects must also be ugly. If being is ugly and chaotic, and if it reflects anything, then it must reflect something that is ugly. We deal not with the heavens and their panoply, but with space, infinite reaches of what is largely empty and pointless. As Pascal famously said, when he considers the eternal reaches of space, he is terrified. Because I suppose he was quite a modern. Thus, much contemporary music, art and poetry has reflected this. Well, up until, I guess, the last 40 years, because of course the so-called postmodern, late modern turn has merely said, well, so what? We'll go for gloss and appearance then. We'll go for kitsch. Everything's kitsch. That's what we'll go for. And yet, much of contemporary music from the 19th century on, and art and poetry, was reflecting this kind of empty clangor of meaninglessness, the break-up and dissolving of metaphysics. The Dadaists, for example, made it quite clear that because there were no metaphysics, there was only chaos, and that this had been reflected in the First World War. And that consequently what they were simply doing was bringing out that which was already present. So, we lose ourselves in the shallows. In a way, as Stephen Edgar puts it, we are lost in the foreground, not the background, the foreground. And here, I think Stephen, as I say, I think Stephen Edgar is one of the great poets today internationally. He's a Sydney poet, still alive. But I think he's one of the great poets, like Louise Hearman, the Melbourne artist I was talking about in the break, is, I think, one of the great international artists today. Largely because there's something they grasp that is honest about our being, our state. Not, I think, that Edgar is a Christian or even has a particular religious faith. I think he might well be feeling his way towards that, but I think he grasps something. Maybe I'm being arrogant to say, but I'm not too sure that he fully understands what it is he is grasping. For if he did, I'd say he'd be converted. I'm going.
The artist that you mentioned?
Louise Hearman, the Melbourne artist. Yeah.
How do you spell that?
Hearman.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So I'll read contents page. The jungle from the floor to the canopy clogs and entwines its every rung and level with rank growth. The python dines among an epiphytic gaudery and hungry vines. On the mizzled hair of the two-toed sloth, moss has designs. Yet all that climbing tonnage is content-free. The top limbs sway as though to write in air, but can't remember what they scribble there. Through the savannah's heat glaze, the herds pause, ripple and shiver, or graze hypnotically, or drop their young, which may deliver their wet, thin steps into the lion's jaws. By pool or river they stoop at evening, side by side, among the surface quiver of their reflections as the light withdraws. A fable set down in invisible ink, they print their shadows on the pool they drink. Even the perfect pictures in the shales, slow motion traps, the filamentous feathers which one or two sharp hammer taps release, the fish in their meticulous scales, the precise maps of leaves did not direct this rendezvous. They're simply gaps in time and have no part in these details. The weird weewaxious worms and arthropods were empty of intention as stone gods. Once, though, a figure had the thought to crawl out of the day into a cave's dark reach, its first invoker, and there to splay his hand against a tallow-glimmered wall, and pause to spray his mouth's cargo of spittle and red ochre on the array of his 5 fingers, clear, indelible, author and content of the space displayed, the maker's hand becoming what it made. So that whole theme of what does it mean? All these things seem to write, but after all the top limbs sway as though to write in air, but can't really remember what they're meant to scribble there. What are they going to write? And all these things, do they mean anything? A fable set down in invisible ink, that is the meaning yet to appear. Is it really there? Certainly they print their shadows as if on a book, but so what? And even with the fossils, slow motion traps and shale, the filamentous feathers that we crack open at a tap and see, well, they really had no part in these details, and they were all empty of intention. They were not written to have meaning there, it would seem. But once a human being went into a cave and put their hand against a wall and spat out onto it and let that hand impression. But here's the thing, really. Author and contents of the space displayed, the maker's hand becoming what it made. It's self-referential. Is that the only intention then that there is to being, to creation, is that which we make? And thus, the maker and the meaning become one and the same. It's a closed system. We do not create meaning. We cooperate in elevating the meaning of all creation. We create meaning insofar as we cooperate, and we are given the grace by God to be co-creators, as it were, with Him. In this, we are the priests of creation, in that we elevate by way of praise, and because of that, we are given to help perfect creation. And thus poetry and art are some of the highest things of humanity. Chesterton, as I often point out, as Chesterton pointed out, in the prehistorical record, we know there are two inevitable signs of true humanity. We know that evolution has passed into true humanity when we find two things: art and worship. Tools? Well, other animals can use tools, maybe obviously not as great as us, but tools are not an infallible sign. But art and worship, they go together, because art serves worship and thereby serves to perfect the beingness of creation. We ought to be leading the liturgy of the speech of creation, the harmony of the spheres, the angelic song. We ought to be leading it. We ought to be leading that liturgy that we read about in Psalm 19, when the heavens declare the glory of God. We should be doing that, but instead we turn to ourselves. We make creation to be a closed system. And thus, that's why modernity is the loss of transcendence. That's why modernity ends in kitsch. Because kitsch is closed system, is self-reference, is standardization, is a pretense of beauty. That's why modernity ends in kitsch. Can't do anything but. It's closed itself off, it's lost transcendence, and that's what's happening. We've turned an open system into a closed system, and thus everything dies, because everything is subject to decay, to entropy. Everything dies. It's a fall. And yet, at times our nature breaks through and we find a defiant voice to all of this. A truly revolutionary voice that defies death and defies the closure of the universe. But that's the thing, and that's the Christian theology. It requires redemptive grace. And redemptive grace comes from outside the system. It came in the form of the Word made flesh in the Incarnation. God had to enter into the closed system in order to open it. And as we saw in previous weeks, you remember this side of the fall, if we're not going to just sink into sentiment and kitsch, to, as it were, grasp beauty, we necessitate sacrifice and renunciation. And beauty is the sign of transcendence, is the sign of the opening of the text. And that's why there was one event and one person that was seen to be the complete antithesis of the world's beauty, of the closed system's beauty, of fallen humanity's idea of beauty. According to Isaiah 53, he had no beauty or comeliness that we thought of him in any great or glorious way. And yet that's the point about the passion and the cross, the perfect sacrifice, renunciation, is that it is a perfection of the Incarnation, because it is a cross that opens the closed system. It is the cross that opens the closed system. But I'll finish there and we can... Questions? Sorry, I didn't write it down. I'm sorry. Rather remittively, I'm sorry. No, I didn't. I'll get it for you. Sorry.
I suppose it's really a question. I had a paper made by some technologically very clever person, which is a recording of a cricket. They've been able to slow the taking of this cricket down without. If you slow your voice down, it doesn't sound like you.
No.
But they're able to preserve the sort of, I don't know, just slow it down, but preserve the integrity of it. It just sounds like the Sydney Symphony Orchestra.
Oh, right.
So when we talk about the music culture, hey, it's there. And the other thing where you talk about the harmony of the spheres, the Hubble telescope is sort of rewritten the whole book of astronomy, really. And whereas ancient Chinese astronomers were able to achieve this amazing observations just with their naked eye, and then along comes Kepler and Copernicus and those people with their telescopes, and they wrote the book again. With the Hubble telescope, I just went to a lecture the other night, and this fellow had 2 days of experimental time on his telescope, and he used up 90% of his time. He still had a bit of time left, and he said he was going to train the telescope on a part of the sky that was just nothing there. It was just black.
Yeah.
They had all the sky mapped, all the stars were numbered and all that sort of stuff. And so he was going to put his bit of surplus time on a bit of the sky where there was nothing there. And he got this, well, everyone got the surprise of their life, that patch where there was nothing was just ablaze with countless galaxies, which in all the rest of the sky where they knew what was there, this was lying. All this was lying behind, and so all the calculations of the stars and that sort of thing, they just had to start again. And so the harmony of the spheres is just it's just mind blowing. What we're talking about.
And that shows a very good way of technology, of course, both with the cricket and Hubble telescope, is that in technology. Sorry. Did you? Mark?
Yes, yes. Now, with regard to music, now, how you sort of went through, we had the beautiful Renaissance stuff, which we know, but now, what about the great musicians that there have always been great musicians right through? Even I'm talking about people like Bach and Mozart and Beethoven, I'm talking about them because they're coming into this period of the Enlightenment and this and that. To me, their music is not kitsch.
No. Well, that's what I was saying is that...
You wouldn't mean that, of course.
No, so that's what I was saying is that...
But now even now take someone like Shostakovich. Very clever. He's parody, isn't he?
Yeah.
The communist system. But some of his music is beautiful too.
But the point is that, as I said, is that it's a process of a logic that works itself out in modernity. It's not, and I make this quite clear, hopefully, it's not a case that suddenly modernity comes and everything's transformed like that into kitsch. Of course it isn't. There's a long process of the logic working itself out. But
I'm just concerned about those great musicians.
Yeah. Okay, well look, I'll finish there and then come back to the truth.
What sort of music would Santa Augustine have been familiar with?
Let's starting again. Let's starting again. Let's starting again. I'll start by reading the A.D. Hope poem, A Bidding Grace. For what we are about to hear, Lord, Lord, the dreadful judgment, the unguessed reprieve, the brief, the battering, the jubilant chord of trumpets quickening this guilty dust, which still would hide from what it shall receive. Lord, make us thankful to be what we must. For what we are now about to lose, reprove, assuage or comfort, Lord, this greedy flesh, still grieving, still rebellious, still in love, still prodigal of treasure, still unspent. Teach the blood weaving through its intricate mesh, the sigh, the solace, the silence of consent. For what we are about to learn, too late, to save, though we repent with tears of blood, the innocent ruined, the gentle taught to hate, the love we made a means to its despair. For all we have done or did not when we could, redouble on us the evil these must bear. For what we are about to say, urge, plead, the specious argument, the lame excuse, prompt our contempt. When these archangels read our trivial balance, lest this shabby bill tempt to that abjectness which begs or sues, leave us one noble impulse, to be still. For what we are about to act, the lust, the lie, that works unbidden, even now restrain this reckless heart, though doomed indeed to die, grant that we may, still trembling at the bar of justice in the thud of fiery rain, acknowledge at last the truth of what we are. In all we are about to receive, last, Lord, help us bear our part with all men born, and after judgment given and sentence passed, even at this uttermost measured in thy gaze, though in thy mercy for the rest to mourn, though in thy wrath we stand, to stand and praise. Come back to that soon. But here I want to talk about the little people, sprites, fairies and mermaids, the wee folk in other words. And I guess just about every culture throughout the world has had some kind of variety of wee folk. In 19th century Britain, there was a boom in fairy art. It was a booming genre, and perhaps it culminated in the early 20th century in the Cottingley fairy photos, which maybe you've heard about or remember. Was Conan Doyle was basically taken in by a couple of young girls who had photos of themselves taken with fairies, which seem rather obviously cutouts from fairy tale books. But there was this incredible boom in matters fairy tale and wee folk, and it was undoubtedly a reaction against Britain that was leading the Industrial Revolution in the world, of course. It was perhaps a reaction against Britain's green land. Is that? It's the fairies. Sorry, you have to turn your mobiles off. Maybe it's mine or something. Anyway, perhaps it was a reaction against Britain's green land being destroyed by industrialism. And the art, except for that of Richard Dad's, you may have seen his Fairy Teller's Master Stroke, the art was nice and cute. It was very nice and cute. You're going to have to turn it off, I'm afraid. The art, Dad, D-A-D-D. We're just talking about the fairy folk and wee folk and so forth, and how there was a boom in the genre of fairy art in the 19th century. And most of the art was nice and cute. And fairy stories, which had been in the 18th century, a rather violent genre, became cute, became bedtime reading for children. But in this, we would have been better to have read the older, grimmer, to pardon the pun, violent tales. For who knows how many people have been misled by 19th century cute and sweet fairy tales and tales of the wee folk. How many have been misled and as a consequence trapped in fairyland, enchanted. You see, the wide world over, in terms of legends and stories of the wee folk, are not very nice. They do not paint a pleasant picture. Often the wee folk and fairy folk and all that, along with mermaids and so forth, are malicious tricksters, are malevolent tricksters, out to do no good. And a bit of a tip here that I often give, just in case some of you may be tempted, is if one night you find yourself suddenly in fairyland and enchanted, you don't eat or drink anything they offer you, or you're stuck. Don't eat or drink anything. It would seem that in response to industrialism and technology, this is in the 19th century, we have a tendency to rush into its opposite, which is sentiment and kitsch. And as with the man in the gospel, our last state is worse than the first. Man being the one who gets, as it were, rid of a demon and cleans his house, but the demon goes out and finds 7 other demons and return to the house and are really happy because it's all clean, and the last state of the man was worse than the first. And to give an example of that, Heidegger of course had, as we've been seeing, this kind of anti-humanist, anti-industrial, anti-technology, and strangely enough it led him into succumbing to Nazi philosophy. And that's the thing with National Socialism. It was big, for all its talk on the folk and the Black Forest, it was a major theme of industrialism, not just with the Autobahns, but a good deal else. And yet, Heidegger and others fell for what you could call the poetry and sentiment of racial theory, with disastrous consequences. And that's a problem in our world. We are often caught between sentiment or cynicism. And that's why, for those who just came, I read A.D. Hope's poem, A Bidding Grace. Now, in that he's talking for what we're about to hear, Lord, Lord, and he's talking about a kind of final judgment in which we are revealed to ourselves, finally. A.D. Hope, I must say, is not my favourite poet. It's an Australian poet who used to lecture at ANU. It's not my favourite poet, largely because I find his poets a little bit too clever by half, and he has a kind of all-knowing, clever, cynical air. But I do think that that poem is a great poem. It's certainly the best poem I've read of his. It's a great poem, for I think that what he writes of, which is grace and judgment, had begun to call out through his cynicism and indeed his sentimentality. As we've noticed already, cynicism and sentimentality go hand in glove. It is interesting that I think what A.D. Hope finds and intimates in that poem is that judgment is a means of grace. Judgment is a means of grace. We stand still and finally know who we are after the purging of judgment. Who we really are. To return to the wee folk and the fairies, they're, I guess, creatures that haunt the liminal, the boundary, the permeable boundaries, the twilight, the in-between world. But clearly, this is the important thing about them. They have to trick in order to influence us. Now, as I say, the whole theme of fairy folk, wee folk, is a rather universal phenomenon, as folk tales and so forth have it. And the interesting thing is that generally, yes, they tend to be all tricksters. And as I say, by and large, malicious tricksters. But that's a point. To have an influence over a human being, they have to trick. In a way, they have to trick because we have authority over them. So they have to trick us into thinking they have an authority. I would suggest they fear that authority that is given to humanity over creation in us and use tricks to scare us, to have us forget what our rightful position is in the hierarchy of created being. Thus, their enchantment is a deadly enchantment, is a destructive enchantment, is a false enchantment, one that comes to no good, one that comes to servitude and slavery. And in that way, whatever one thinks of all the legends and so forth of we folk, in that way I think it stands as a good representation of what happens when we give authority to our feelings and passions, when we give them first place. When we follow our heart, it will always lead us to prison and to dejection. And I mean by heart, of course, how it's used commonly today, the feelings and passions and emotions. When you give that authority, it will always end in despair, dejection, and prison. And here, I'm going to read, it's not in your handout, it's Proverbs chapter 9 about wisdom. And I'm going to read it from the King James because that's, I think, how it should be. Chapter 9. Now, I'll just make it clear here, the author of Proverbs creates an antithesis. The true figure of wisdom is this woman there, and the false wisdom is figured as an adulteress. Wisdom hath builded her house. She has hewn out her 7 pillars. She has killed her beasts. She has mingled her wine. She has also furnished her table. She has sent forth her maidens. She crieth upon the highest places of the city. Whosoever is simple, let him turn in hither. As for him that wants understanding, she says to him, come, eat of my bread and drink of the wine which I have mingled. Forsake the foolish and live, and go in the way of understanding. He that reproveth a scorner getteth to himself shame. I'm going to jump from 13 to 18. A foolish woman is clamorous. She is simple and knoweth nothing. For she sits at the door of her house on a seat in the high places of the city, to call passengers who go right on their ways. Whosoever is simple, let him turn in hither. And as for him that wanteth for understanding, she says to him, stolen waters are sweet, and bread eaten in secret is pleasant. But he knoweth not that the dead are there, and that her guests are in the depth of hell. Stolen waters are sweet, and bread eaten in secret is pleasant. It means transgression. That which is stolen, that which is secretive, has the thrill of transgression, and that's what the foolish antithesis of wisdom does. Wisdom in Proverbs, the true wisdom, is of creation. And thus in chapter 8, we read verses 22 to 29. The Lord possessed me in the beginning of his way, before his works of old. I was set up from everlasting, from the beginning of ever the earth, before the earth ever was. When there were no depths, I was brought forth. When there were no fountains abounding with water, before the mountains were settled, before the hills, was I brought forth. While as yet he had not made the earth, nor the fields, nor the highest part of the dust of the world. When he had prepared the heavens, I was there. When he set a compass upon the face of the depth, when he established the clouds above, when he strengthened the fountains of the deep, when he gave to the sea its decree that the waters should not pass his commandments, then I was by him. Wisdom informs the very creation of all things, the very beingness of all things. And she is described as just, fair, measured, truthful, reasoning, stable, fruitful, rich in abundance. She is all that is true wealth, while the false wisdom, who presents herself as such, enticing the simple, but in this case we would say the naive, or I guess the intentionally gullible. She presents herself, she begins by seducing with sweetness, promising thrilling transgression. In other words, she enchants. Just as the wee folk, the fairy folk, the tricksters enchant. They lure and they seduce, and they do so, and she does so. And the simpleton doesn't realize beyond those doors is the grave, is death. Her enchantment brings down to death. And thus it always begins with falsity, with lies, with simulation. With the promise, in other words, of a sweet ease. And that's the whole theme of the wee folk and so forth. And the transgressive thrill, it is that seduction of a sweet ease, often of course of wealth, but often too of that kind of very sexual seductive enchantment. According to postmodernism, and according to one of the major philosophers in this area, Baudrillard, he was very famous for this. But he's certainly was not alone in it. He argued that now that we live in a virtual age, and indeed he argued this in the late 80s, early 90s, so he's rather prescient and before his time. He said, we live in a virtual world, in a world of simulation, and that in fact, even the idea of non-simulation is simulated, he argued. So everything is simulated. And that's, as I pointed out in earlier weeks, I guess just about quite regularly in the papers, in the mainstream, it is a promise that unbounded technology will free us from the necessity of exercising moral constraint. Everything can be easeful. Everything can be easy and comfortable. And of our relativistic culture, all morality and transcendence, well, is false. If everything is relative and there's no absolute truth, why then do we believe in absolute truth? Because we're deluded. It's false, and something tricks us and simulates. As I said in earlier weeks, that's like with Derrida. The very beingness of things is a trickster. Indeed, Derrida and Baudrillard, you could say, is a hermetic ontology from Hermes. That's a term from Hermes, a hermetic ontology. And what was Hermes? The trickster god. The trickster god, the shape changer, the trickery, and the thief. So everything is simulation, and that, we are told, is the only truth. And thus, the only hope in a world devoid of friction is more and more technological enchantment, or technologically aided enchantment, because after all, more and more on things like Second Life and other sites, you can be what you want to be. But the aim now, of course, is to get beyond the screen, to merge the viewer and that which is viewed. In other words, we've entered fairyland. We've entered fairyland. Well, we're going deeper into it, of course, but we certainly have entered it. we have seen there is a true enchantment, one that comes upon us when we do see beauty. Recall and remember how we saw that when we see something truly beautiful, it is in fact as if we do truly remember something. That when we see something of beauty, it's almost like we're recollecting something, and we sometimes think, why don't I remember this all the time? When we see beauty, it is as if we suddenly remember and we recollect. As if, yes, we know this, and why was it we forgot? And that's the thing. That's what happens in fairyland, according to all the folk tales. When you're led into the enchantment of fairyland, you forget. You forget who you are and where it is you are from. That's the aim of the trickery. And think too of what else we have observed in the course of this series. When we see beauty, we want to possess it, to own it. And this is a good and proper desire. It's a good and proper desire. That's why I said, I think in the third week, that private property is a good and proper thing, contrary to capitalism that destroys it and communism which destroys it. Because under capitalism and free market, there is no such thing as private property. Everything is publicly listed. Everything is a commodity value. But as we saw with private property, properly understood, the property owns you as well. You have a responsibility, a belongingness to it. And to truly belong to something, you own it, but it owns you. Just as in marriage or friendship. To wish to desire and own beauty is a proper and good desire for consummation. Of course, it's a proper and good desire. As I said, the pre-modern world believed in consummation, but our modern world does not. So it's a proper and good desire, but we know that this side of the fall, of course, it has become corrupted. And we want to own beauty without it owning us. So we want beauty without having to have the moral reformation, without having to have the discipline of it, without being owned by it. It is belongingness, but one that while we own it, it owns us. And that's what we don't want. Because when you own something, you must be responsible for it. You have to be a steward, not a manager of an investment portfolio. You are a steward in the theological sense of that term. So, why is it that what is beautiful fades and turns to dust when we do get hold of it? Because, being sinners, we think we can own it without it owning us. We think, in other words, autonomously. We think we have a right as absolute autonomous individuals, as if I own it to the exclusion of any responsibility for the other. And thus we lose the sense of the paradox, as I pointed out, I think last week, which is the irreducible relation that is being. Being is not able to be reduced to autonomous atoms. It's a lie. Being is irreducible relation. And that's why we saw last week that paradox is an example and expression of the truth of being. That bringing together of subject and object of what seemed to be apparently very different things into a unity that perfects a difference and yet brings that unity, but does not destroy the difference in a horrid sameness. Our intimacy, unfortunately, this side of the fall, does not have the necessary distance that preserves that relational difference. Ours, this side of the fall, is an intimacy of sameness and power over. And that's why we forget. That's why we forget. And if you think about it, when we think of things like Dr. Faustus and the temptation of the devil, or indeed the temptation of the wee folk, Well, there's a temptation, I guess, of sex, of money, but there is also the temptation of power. The idea of power, and that's a temptation of magic. Power over. In other words, magic is the expression of the autonomous individual. You want to own the world but not have it own you. You want to own things and be able to publicly list it, see it go up through the roof in incredible money, and not have a responsibility to the stewardship of your property for the greater good of your communion. You want to own it. You want an investment portfolio that's going to create all the real estate to go up in value and create such a situation in which if people want to be able to live, they've got to work harder and harder and harder. That's what happens. And that's why we forget. We are tempted and seduced by the sweetness, but we forget that behind that door is death, is hell. And that's what the tricksters do, I guess. They help us to forget. So grace works to interrupt that forgetfulness and at times to show us a beauty but at a distance, to prompt us to recall. And that's why I think, yes, when you see a beautiful sunset or that lovely light of the twilight winter sun dying on a far uphill, I do think that, yes, that's an element of natural grace that is prompting you to remember. So it prompts us. Being and beauty are not like postmodernism or modernism have, a tease. That is not the case. It is we who cover her up, who lose being and beauty, who forget her and cast her aside. It's we that reject wisdom. We must be owned, and this consists in struggling with friction. We need the friction of the world, for it is friction that scours us of our incrustations of filth, of the filth of forgetting who we are. It purges us. Judgment is a means of grace. And I think that's, as I say, what A.D. Hope intimates. It's then that we know who we are. It's judgment that is turned by grace not into vindictiveness, but into a purgation that saves us. It is not passive. The friction I speak of is this. It's the attempt at the truly moral and just life, of rejecting sweet transgressions and striving to be faithful, honest and sacrificial. And of course, all of us fall short of that, of course. It's the original sin. And none of us can do it without the grace of God. But that's what we're called to, through grace, to cooperate with that grace. And thus, I think, when we see the beautiful sight of that beautiful sunset or something, I think we should remember then, this is what I am aiming for. This is what I'm trying to be like. Meanwhile, fairyland promises a kind of drugged and dreamlike ease, where everything is magical simulation. And so anything can happen, just by wishing for it to happen. Just by wishing for it to happen. It is this that really is the utopia of our modern world. I guess of hyper-capitalism. Communism had its utopia. Well, capitalism has it even more powerfully so. And so too liberal progressivism, which is very much at peace with free market. It's this utopia that is told to us again and again. And I stress here, it's not a question of whether or not free market is wrong, or even that there aren't elements in communism that are right. The question is whether or not you put economic theory above everything else. That's what's called economism. The idea when you start to understand everything, by reference to the free market or by reference to communism, communist economics. But it is a powerful utopian ideology that we live under. The free market that liberal capitalism promises. And possibly it's incredibly powerful because it actually delivers. Communism, I guess, though in the Soviet Union did have an amazing industrial leap forward, over time clearly it couldn't deliver. But capitalism can, or at least up to this stage, even though we have these incredible crises, it very soon recovers, albeit through using state money to subsidize them, but it does survive, and it delivers on its promises. And thus, when we look at communist schemes, they look really retro and clunky now. They're actually quite fashionable because they are retro and clunky. But when we look at the financial domain today, it's largely virtual. As I say, the aim, and this is in a number of books, for example, if you're interested in this, it came out this year, Michael Korost, his book in The Worldwide Mind, Free Press, New York, 2001, The Worldwide Mind. It's only one book among many. For example, his argument is, he's hopeful of a kind of transhumanist, that we're going to create a new evolved hive mind, as in beehive, that will interface biologically between the web and a human being. So you won't have to have the mediation of a screen. That's the aim in terms of biology and nanotechnology. And, in good ways that is happening as well. But that's the aim, such that you can actually live in a very immediate simulated environment. And in fact, what is really big at the moment is what's called multi-platforming. Now, multi-platforming refers to the fact that you're not just, you and internet on the web. What it is, by using your mobiles and the Apple things and all that, what it is that you actually engage with environment that is already listed and put into these platforms. So, for example, you can go around and possibly say point your mobile at something, and you might just see, I think there was a story about it today in that Herald, you will see images that aren't there, but you'll see the real place for images. Now what then happens is that that's all being engaged by hosts of other people who are involved. And now, as I say, look, that's probably a really bad presentation of it, but that is very much what's going on today. It's called multi-platforming. And as I say, they want to take it further to have that immediate link, a kind of cyborg universe it used to be called. Look, technology, of course, is neutral, is morally neutral, of course. For only human beings are moral beings. But it is quite plain that our technology can influence our moral lives. Of course it can. Our immorality is when we allow technology to take the place of our reasoning and morality. And now, some even argue faith. That technology can either enhance or actually overcome the limitations of faith. And thus we allow our own inventions to lead us. We allow our own inventions to lead us. Just as with the free market, our own invention, which is good in its place, but when we allow it to lead us, we have disturbed the hierarchy of being. It has become like the wee folk. It's become like the fairies. It's become like Hermes. When anything that is properly beneath us is allowed to dominate and lead us, it has become like the wee folk. We allow our own inventions to lead us. we begin to use our technology to conceptually structure and dictate to us, to dictate not just who we are and what the cosmos is, but what being itself is. A very interesting article in the New Yorker was about nanotechnology and the whole background of it. Now, why I think this article was very important, because one of the major exponents in, I think, Oxford or Cambridge, I can't remember where, was arguing that with nanotechnology, going down to the molecular and even the atomic, and they hope the subatomic, it has a doubleness about it that is very similar to what Derrida was talking about when he said, all being is a trickster, is a tease. I found that a very interesting correspondence between the two. And that's the irony, in a way, if we go back to the 19th century and look at the genre of fairy painting. It was a reaction to industrialism. But because it was a sentimental reaction, well, lo and behold, fairyland and industry and technology are now of a piece, even in terms of content. Fairies and wee folk and Hermes and tricksters are all there in your virtual world. So it's quite funny that sentiment always tends to turn into the very thing it opposes. Truly, it's a false enchantment. In giving technological thinking a prime place, what we're doing is we're thinking we will own and master the cosmos. That we will own and master being itself. That's what we're thinking. In fact, that's what we're stating. And we think we will not be owned. There is no God, no absolute truth. We will rule. Thus we are not stewards because we are freed from moral demands and responsibility. We will live in a friction-free world. So we grow increasingly less able to grasp beauty, and because we valorize manufactured beauty, because it's easier to get hold of. It doesn't disappear when you grab hold of manufactured beauty. So, as I said, from supermodels to gloss, through to virtual art. In other words, as I said earlier in an earlier week, everything is kitsch. Everything is kitsch. We have eaten and drunk deep in fairyland and have fallen under a very, very deep spell and enchantment. As Heidegger might say, we have forgotten being. The issue then is this: to wake up, to see what it is we see when we do see beauty, to see again what it is in those moments we recollect, to win that which we long for and desire for, to get that which is closest to us, the fullness of being. But it seems we really must eschew ideas of immediacy. We have to do it slant-wise. For we have to learn the proper order and the proper distance in order to gain that blessed intimacy. We began a bit late, and I will read this out. So it's Gwen Harwood's Threshold. Now I just want to point out what is going on in that poem, because I think that we're coming back again to that sense of ennui, of a kind of passive weariness that finds only a hope in giving up on what is human. I think it's a great poem. So it's Gwen Harwood. So she was a Tasmanian poet. Know that a peaceful harbour framed by low hills, a refuge that might be glimpsed one moment in a happy dream, exists. A mariner spiky with masts, salt glitter, boat brightness rocking in grey-green shallows, and gulls reading in deeper sea gleam the text of wind and tide. Some genius of earth devised this generous place, this charm of light compacting sea, sky, the hills of Bruni, the birds with air-filled bones, the clouds like ghosts of sails in one form, one presence, whose guests we are, and welcome. The ferry's engines throb among water's ancient voices. Children's and seabirds' cries fade at the fringe of language as the road leads gently upwards to a gate where Casuarinas cross-hatch the shining water the road leads on. But pause, lift clear from time's refractions, from the mind's reflective tricks, this day. See its true shape. Look how a lizard skims from leaf shade and is basking, stone still on stone, a finger-length creature absorbing sunlight, a crow with steel bright eye, testing the pitch of silence, flaps to a neighbouring pine, settles his dark voice down. Pause for a moment here. These gums that fracture light are home to the intricate compound eyes of the insect kingdom and birds whose eyes can read the to us invisible pattern of the polarized sky, are singing what is real but still unnamed. Our words and thoughts are polished like pebbles ground in a stream of time, but his an enclave, land held in arms of water, where the plover and their young are safe in feathery grasses, stirred by the sea wind breathing, a prayer of peace and healing, and a pure, authentic speech that earth alone can teach. In other words, humans are a corruption. And our language and our thoughts and our reasonings, why, they only do violence and obscure the earth. And if only we listen to the earth and the birds, because they know. It's a lunic mysticism, as it were, as if a duck will lead us. In other words, it's a beautiful poem, but really its message is this: one must cease to be human to read the mystery of being. In other words, it's saying everything else has mastery or dominance or authority over us, and we are ignorant, conceited things that would best shut up. I would argue it's a fine poem, but the sentiment stinks. It is a recipe for fairyland. It's a passive loathing for being human. At least that's my take on it. But I'll finish there.
Are you against fairy stories for children?
Are you what?
Are you against giving fairy story books to children?
No, not in the least.
Yeah, because you seem so anti, you know.
No. I'm actually in favour of actual proper folktale fairy stories, because they actually are the ones that aren't really all nice and jolly. In fact, if you think about Peter Pan actually does capture the malicious sense of fairies and so forth. Peter Pan actually has a rather dark side. It's not just Captain Hawk, of course. Peter Pan himself is in particular, and Tinkerbell, a rather sort of flighty creature. So no, I just think what they should be is the kind of old Grimm's and Hans Andersen fairy tales uncensored. So, but anyway, that would probably scare the blighters too much. But then I would have thought they'd be used to it, all the DVDs of violence and horror.
A lot of things have been coming into my mind. One was the Lotus Eaters of Tennyson, I suppose it is Tennyson. You know, because this is a sort of another example, isn't it? Now, what about these types of writing that you get today, the Harry Potter style and all of this stuff?
Oh, yeah, I think I'm sure it's perfectly okay. I mean, it's not about imaginary literature per se.
No.
To the degree in which, say, with magic, people really want to practice magic and do, well, obviously that's a problem, but obviously imaginative literature, there's nothing wrong, you know, it's the content thereof. And I guess the Harry Potter books, not that I'm a fan or anything, I guess do have at least a strong sense of making informed, moral, active decisions.
The other things I was thinking about were there's something in the poem The Garden of Marvell, and also in Fernhill of Thomas. They talk about, amid all the beautiful imagery, they do talk about going back to the state before, I suppose, Adam and Eve fell. Eve fell.
Yeah. So
could you say something about that? I just thought that sort of tied in somehow.
Look, I think with Dylan Thomas's Fernhill, for example, because it ties in with in the beginning that I read last week, I think you're right. There's a sense of the desire for the pre-lapsarian Eden, prior to the fall of Eden. And of course, that's again something that we do find, if not universally, then quite close to being universal through most religions, indigenous and otherwise, a kind of idea of a golden age. However, this is a major difference. For a start, in Christianity, it's not a return to the golden age, it's a redemption of the golden age and taking it even higher and more amazingly. It's not a cyclical, it's this incredible progress to something that is even greater. So, and look, but I do think with Dylan Thomas, I think in Fernhill there's a recognition, you know, he's talking about when the farm was green, like an Eden, but you know, time holds him in the bonds, and then he wakes up and the farm is gone, and it's that sense of anguish, poignancy of that which is gone. And I think that's what happens, and I think that's what happens with Gwen Harwood, and I think Stephen Edgar, and many other great poets. In all of us there's a kind of memory of Eden, we might say, that sense of beauty. But unfortunately, without faith, which is defiant and which actually reaches out to that which is yet to come, without that faith, you only have a faith in nostalgia. You look back. And that's why it's interesting again in the 19th century, and there's quite a few examples in the State Art Gallery. That's why you have that also that genre of, let's call it kind of neoclassical. You'll see pictures in the State Art Gallery of the setting sun over Greek ruins, that kind of stuff. There's a sense of, oh, back then it was so glorious and wonderful. And nostalgia's nice and good, but it just becomes sentimental, treacly and kitsch. It becomes a false eschatology because it's not an eschatology. It represents a kind of retreat into passivity, into that kind of mystical ennui that doesn't have the life to defy. And I think that's the problem.
What about the Garden of Marvell?
I couldn't tell you. It
goes into levels of highest contemplation, but then it's going to...
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Does I come to you? Is there someone talking at the moment?
Yeah,
How do the Irish fit into this? Because they seem to have a great interest in, I think, belief in the little people, yet they're also being renowned for their great faith, you know.
I guess so. And that's maybe why they perhaps see the little people and know enough not to eat or drink anything when they're opposite in various.
But they seem to believe it, you know.
Well, I think a lot of people, I'm sure probably most of us here too, but don't want to admit it. I'm sure probably many of us, I know many people, have certainly experienced anomalous things who are atheists and agnostics. So.
In saying the sentiment stinks, Robert, and despite all you've said, your message to us is still positive, that we can wake up. We must wake up.
No, I'm saying the sentiment stinks in that poem insofar as it's anti-humanist.
Yeah,
It's it's a kind of decrying of being human, of everything that is human. It's saying, God, if we only weren't here, if we shut up and cease being human, then we'd hear the mystery of the earth. In other words, it's saying, really, we don't get it, and we should just go away. And unfortunately, I think there's sentiments that inform, let's say, the more radical fringe of the ecological movement. I don't mean the ecological movement per se. There's obviously very good people, but there certainly are radical fringes that hold to that and look at humanity as being a kind of cancer and virus on the earth. And I think that leads to that kind of thinking. It's a kind of thinking that informed Heidegger. And indeed, many of those sentiments informed the rise of things like Nazism and National Socialism, that whole sort of love of supposedly pure nature and getting away from the human.
So despite how far we've gone, in the way you are presenting this in these lectures.
Sorry, I don't get it. No, I'm saying that we defy, yes. I'm certainly saying there's a positive thing. I'm certainly the very antithesis of passivity, and I'm in fact saying that humans must know our place, which is the priests of creation, and we should not allow creation to have dominance over us. We do not dominate the earth, but we have a stewardship and authority. We own the earth, but it owns us in terms of our responsibility. So, of course, in terms of ecology, of course, that's a vital element of that. But so too technology. Technology is also part of that. So. Okay, well, look, we might sort of have a break for 10 minutes. The miles of curving beach fade to the south, from where the lights as laggardly as sound struggle to make the passage of the gloom. A plane's red beacon floats towards the ground. You turn and kiss my mouth and draw me from the evening to the room. They say the end might come with little warning, the climate breaking and the ecosystem collapsing almost overnight to pay us the recompense of our belated wisdom, presenting in the morning the advent and the only light of chaos. Now, looking out with you held in my arms, I see the buildings really are of glass, seen through and seen away with no more trace than last night's waves away cloud shadows pass, the coastline's golden charms naked to view as you in my embrace. Mapped and swept clear below us as my eyes and hands explore your body's golden coast. This day unknown to time will be there when the light drifts through the shallows like a ghost and dies of hours as skies and earth fall down and chaos comes again. As I say, that sense of Dover Beach by Matthew Arnold, the sense of an emptiness, of withdrawing, and here two lovers also looking out the window, but he turns and takes, I guess, a delight in his lover's body. But the same sense that we find in Gwen Harwood. And it's interesting to know that Stephen Edgar, who wrote the poem Golden Coast that I just read, that Stephen Edgar and Gwen Harwood were very good friends in Tasmania. And there's very great similarities between them. Something very similar, the ulceration of the Golden Coast is the human presence there. The sense in which the red beacon floats towards the ground. What does it mean, the human presence? Well, it means pretty much nothing, because all will collapse, and in fact, in the end, well, the buildings really are of glass. And they're going to pass away, just like last night's waves, and the way cloud shadows pass. There is, both in Gwen Harwood and Stephen Edgar, both very great poets, a beautiful ennui. A beautiful ennui, a kind of fading light, a sweet last gasp. They are both great poets, but I do think ultimately despairing ones. In a sense, they're very similar to Heidegger. And indeed, in some of Stephen Edgar's poems, I think I can trace something of Heidegger's philosophy there. This is what those of good faith, I think, sound like. Those of good faith who do not have a transcendent, conscious faith. It's what they are left with. Weariness and ennui. And I think if you read too much of them, you start to feel a kind of thin pallor and wan. You start to feel rather thin pallor and wan. Now if we contrast that though, say with the Song of Songs, the Song of Solomon, their beauty is vigorous and defiant. Beauty searches and moves anything in its way to find the one it loves. And this is the Christian faith. Is the church militant? That's what evangelism is. Evangelism is going forth into the world, or as Jesus says, take heart for I have overcome the world. That's what evangelism is. It's a defying of the world. And thus with the Song of Songs, that too in a way is a defiance of the world, because it believes in true desire. It believes in consummation, and it pursues and hounds it, just as the hound of heaven pursues the sinner, and it fights for it. Indeed, it dies for it on the cross. Capitalism and liberal progressivism make much of being anti-utopian. They make much of being opposed to utopia. And in fact, that's what we're meant to think. The liberal democracy is really great because it doesn't hold to any stupid utopian ideas. It's pragmatic. And thus it's more inclusive, except possibly for the 80,000 or more unborn who are regularly killed in Australia per year. Capitalism and liberal progressivism make much of being non-utopian and pragmatic, but they are in fact informed by the most powerful of utopian ideologies, by the virtual utopia, the idea that we can free ourselves from all friction, that we can create a virtual world in which we will be free to do whatever we please, including kill others, because they won't really exist. They'll just be other avatars or icons. Eschatology is essential to Christianity, Judaism and Islam, which is why they are living and vigorous faiths. Capitalist consumerism wants you vigorous for consuming, but an eschatological faith is truly a revolutionary faith. And that's what you see even on the atheist left. Well, at least in the 19th, early 20th century. It had an eschatological faith. It was, in a way, millennial. It is vigorous, and it is a revolutionary faith. And it will call forth, therefore, sacrifice and renunciation. If there is nothing coming, if all you have is a mystical ennui, why on earth would you sacrifice or renounce anything? Except that you're just bored of it, which is not really sacrifice or renunciation. Sacrifice and renunciation are the enemies of a consumer-confident, stimulated, packaged economy. Of course they're the enemy. I'm not too sure that when we had the global financial crisis that everyone was told, look, you've got to save. I think it was said on the reverse. Everyone's got to spend. That's why you have the stimulus packages. That's what keeps the game going. If people started to actually renounce and sacrifice things, our economy would go under, as it is, obviously. Essential to the apprehension of beauty and being is an eschatological faith. This is because it defies the obscuring of being. It tears the veil off the enchantments of fairyland. But that's what evangelism does. That's what eschatology does. It tears that veil of seeming and simulation away from fairyland, from the enchantment. It wakes us from our stupor. It shakes off the dust and it puts a lie to the ideological idea that you cannot change the world. That's probably the most powerful and potent ideological lie that our culture promotes. You can't change the world. You're one person. And the reason why it promotes it is because it says to you, you can only change the world if you're like Bob Geldof or Sting or Bill Gates or so on and so forth. That is, people with money, status, fame, and so forth. We'll come to it at the end. But the point is that they don't change the world. They don't change the world. They're just part of it. U2, for example, for all their bluster, are they paying their taxes in Ireland? Which is a well-known thing. You can change the world. And that's through prayer, confession, fasting, renunciation, devotions, preaching, evangelizing, a just and moral life. In other words, through the cooperation with wisdom and through the cooperation with grace. Through opposing talk of relevance, which means collaboration and dialogue with compromise, to a true relevance that with the weapons of the Spirit opposes the monolithic dark Goliath of our Philistine world. Eschatology, Christian eschatology, is another name for transcendent teleology, which is a more complicated, sophisticated way of saying that the system that is the cosmos is not closed, it is open. It is open. And it's open to that which is truly other to it, namely God. And that's the thing with modernity. Modernity has closed the cosmos, or tried to close the cosmos. In its philosophy, it denies the transcendent, the truly transcendence. It thinks to have sealed shut the cosmos, but God opens it through least expected and strangest means. If we did change the world and could change the world for good, I'm not saying that these things are bad in terms of using military might or such, obviously they're necessary at times, but if we think that we can truly change the world through terrorist activity or military might or money or status, you're joking. You fooled yourselves. You're not going to change anything through that. You're just going to make it more of the same. That's not the way the world changes. That's not the way. God changes the world through means that are least expected. There are ways in which the world simply can't understand because it's not mighty and powerful and rich. Though those things can be helpful, of course, to give a just world. Grace is an act of defiance. Through grace we avail ourselves of the sacraments, and each of us can become a graceful act of defiance. For Christian faith is an eschatological faith, one that holds this. Yes, behind false wisdom is a door that is the grave, as we read in Proverbs. Behind her is a door through her sweet transgression that leads to the grave and to hell. But that's the point. Even further back is Christ rising from the dead. Is Christ rising from the descent into the deepest, most hell. And that's a point about the perfect most wisdom. In the Bible, Jesus is given all the appellations that are given to wisdom. He is wisdom. And consequently, though false wisdom may lead us down to the grave and hell, Christ, the perfect wisdom, desires us so much, he pursues us as the hound of heaven down into the deepest hell and wins us back. That's love. That's desire. It's not the love and desire of a guru or some passive new age devotee or master. It's not that idea of a mystical ennui. I will just meditate, sit here and let being be. That can be a good thing in its place, certainly. But it's not what is the perfection of the love of God and the beauty of God. The perfection of that is the hound of heaven, is a picture of Christ's love not just dying but descending into the deepest, most hell to retrieve that whom he loves. And thus, ours should not be a poetry of ennui. That has a place, and a very good place, but ours in a way should move beyond that, because it should be truly transcendentally oriented, eschatologically oriented. It should be oriented like as to the resurrection, which is to say, it gives life from death. It brings the dead alive. It is not the annihilation of this world. It's not the annihilation of this world, but the redemption from the grave and its perfection. But here, bringing those themes of wisdom and Christ together, in Ephesians chapter 1, 17 to 23, Paul writes, that the God of our Lord Jesus Christ, the Father of glory, may give unto you the spirit of wisdom and revelation and the knowledge of him, that the eyes of your understanding being enlightened, that you may know what is the hope of his calling, and what the riches of the glory of the inheritance is in the saints, and what is the exceeding greatness of his power to usward who believe, according to the working of his mighty power, which he wrought in Christ when he raised him from the dead and set him at his own right hand in the heavenly places, far above all principality and power and might and dominion and every name that is named, not only in this world but also in that which is to come. And he has put all things under his feet and given him to be the head over all things to the church which is his body, the fullness of him that fills all in all. It is a filling of things, and that's the eschatological hope, that we see the filling of everything, not the emptying of everything, not the weariness of ennui, but indeed the filling of all things. And it gives to us in the church's body through the word to go out into the world. It's not a passive sitting, though that might be given to some, but a sense of a going out to claim that which is conquered. It's defiant. It's a church militant. It's a fighting faith. And that's why our modern world likes to slander any religions that are evangelical, because it upsets the status quo. If you think about it, whatever your view of jihadism or anything like that, really, who is it that Christopher Hitchens and Dawkins loathes? Religion. Why? Because in their words, religion upsets the liberal progressive status quo of the free market. That's why. Religion today is really the only true revolutionary defiant force. Whether for good or bad, that's just a plain statement of fact. It is religion that dares to defy, for good or bad, in good ways or bad ways. And that's why Christopher Hitchens, Dawkins, and all those atheists hate religion, because they know it's a revolutionary thing. It is ours, though, not to use the weapons of the world, because, as I say, ultimately they're pointless and they're unjust, and they don't achieve anything anyway. It is through the preaching of the word, and thus in Romans chapter 10, verse 16 to 17, Paul notes the way in which the world is won. He writes of the preaching of the gospel, and he asks, has everyone heard? And he says this, of course they have, and he quotes this, their voice has gone out into all the world, their utterance to all the earth. Now where's that quote from? It's where we began, really. Psalm 19, verse 4. Remember, the heavens declare the wonderment, and well, that's what St. Paul is saying. Paul has it, therefore, that the music of the heavenly spheres, the message of the heavens, the angelic liturgy, the lyricism of creation itself, corresponds to and is perfected in the kerygma, the human preaching of the gospel, in the evangelization of the world. And thus, contrary parche to what Gwen Harwood and Stephen Edgar and a host of others say, no, redemption is not in human beings falling silent and listening to what the earth will say to us. What it consists in is to actually perfect the voice of what creation and the earth is saying, and to give it voice through the poetry, through the evangel, through the kerygma. That's what it is to do, not to passively set aside and to allow ourselves to wither away and die. So I say it's the music of the heavenly spheres, the message of the heavens, the angelic liturgy, the lyricism of creation. It corresponds to and is perfected in the kerygma, the preaching of the gospel, the evangelization, and not just of the world, but in fact the entire cosmos. And it's our task, humanity's task, as a priest of creation, to do this, to seek out the beauty of being, to save her, because that's what's been given to us. It is to free the very beingness of creation from the thrall of fairyland. It's given to us to free being, created being itself, from the thrall of our virtual technologies and beliefs in fairyland through the enchantment of the tricksters. And the grace of God in Christ is what saves us from this ennui, from this weariness, from this passivity. Because, as the psalmist has it, it gives strength to the weary. And as Isaiah has it, it makes the old young, and it gives the crippled to walk. It gives strength to defy and fight. It's to win the world and again to have her rejoice in her beauty. Through this series, I've cited quite a few different poems, but what I've tried to do over time is to cite more and more Australian poems, because that's the country to which we belong. We own Australia and it owns us. And it's why there's a good nationalism when it doesn't descend into imperialism or racism. There's a good love of one's country because it's a sense of the belongingness to the place which you are given to be. And I think each country is given a certain kind of voice from its place and locale that ought to join in the universal voice of other people in their places and countries to create a really beautiful symphony of different poems and songs and lyrics. So I guess that's what I've been trying to do, is to orientate towards Australian poems. I haven't mentioned people like James Macaulay or Les Murray because I have done series in which I've employed their poetry before. But I do think Judith Wright, Gwen Harwood and Stephen Edgar are not just among the great Australian poets, but the great international poets. So, for those of you who may not have heard of them, or at least of Stephen Edgar, I hope that at least now you're aware of him and might pursue it a bit more. Anyway, as I say, I've come to cite more and more Australian poems in order to finish in Australia, as it were. And in order to finish, I want to end with a poem that I think is a far from weary poem. It's quite a famous one, though rather neglected, I guess. And I want to do it because it embodies something of the evangelical, eschatological hope that was the hope for Australia, even before it was found, of course. And James Macaulay, with Captain Kiros, that famous lengthy poem, talks about that desire of European Christendom to find the great southland of the Holy Spirit. And this is what this is taken up on. So it embodies the evangelical eschatological hope that was the hope for Australia, but maybe I shouldn't say was. There's nothing more dispiriting than the past tense. For through Our Lady, Mary, patroness of Australia, Australia can still be a country that reflects the astronomical omen above us, a Southern Cross, and become, as sailors once thought, the great southland of the Holy Spirit. So this is Bernard O'Dowd's Australia. Last sea thing dredged by sailor time from space, are you adrift, Sargossa, where the west in halcyon calm rebuilds her fatal nest, or Delos of a coming sun god's race? Are you for light and trimmed with oil in place, or but a will-o'-wisp on the marshy quest, a new denizen for mammon to infest, or lurks millennial Eden neath your face? The cenotaphs of species dead elsewhere, that in your limits leap and swim and fly, or trail uncanny harp strings from your trees, mix omens with the auguries that dare to plant the cross upon your forward sky, a virgin helpmate, ocean at your knees. So the question being, is it like a Sargossa Sea just drifting, a place in which nothing much will come, or is it as a kind of a place in which the West will rebuild herself? Or will it just be another place for mammon to infest? Or will it be the kind of place of utopian hope of millennial Eden? And indeed, whereas in other places all these species are dead and dying, here in Australia, in your limits, these same species leap and swim and fly. It seems to be a place of life. And thus the omens, the auguries there that plant the cross, the Southern Cross, upon your forward sky above. A virgin helpmate, ocean at your knee. I guess it would seem to be a reference there to Mary. So, with that, I think I'll finish and we can have any comments and so forth. I like how I'm good. So,
nice. With your idea of a militant church, with your idea of a militant church, there are two very militant churches in the world, Islam, Christianity. Could you make some comments on that?
That's what I was referring to. They're in fact the truly revolutionary forces. I think with militant Islam, look, for a start, every country and every people have a right to defend themselves against forces. So in terms of what happens in Iraq and Afghanistan, well, that's a case of international politics, so I'm not going to buy into that. But in terms of terrorism, well, obviously, no. It's an unjust way of procedure, and consequently it'll come to nothing. It will only further the kind of terrorism that unfortunately things like the Soviet Union, America, England and Australia and France used for their own means prior to September the 11th. So in that way, when violence is used in that way, it just begets violence, and it tends to be pointless. The militancy is one of defiance, of preaching and defiance, of defying what John Paul called the whole culture of death. That's what the militancy is. And yes, it legitimately uses social political means because we live in a social political world. And unfortunately, those religious or Christians who think in terms that politics should have no part are merely living in an ideological, modernist idea of what constitutes religion. Religion is a robust force, and that's why I think liberal progressivism with free market capitalism are very terrified by it. I don't think Islam's going to go very far. To be honest, that's my opinion. I think it's brittle because it's using force, and it's never going to have the force capable of opposing the West. So I think it's incredibly misguided and unjust in terms of its terrorist activity, and it's merely aping the ways that the West behave. I should say that when you look at the history of militant Islam in the 20th century, when it arises out of the Muslim Brotherhood, the formation in the 20s in Egypt, it actually started as an anti-colonial political movement that imbibed the tactics of communism of the West. And unfortunately, as the left unfortunately found out in Iran when they did deals with the Ayatollah, they learnt a lot. And they turned it upon the communist left before. Sorry, I'll just say because there was a question in there.
No, that's right.
Thank you, that was really great. I went and saw a movie last night, which kind of Man and God, it's a French movie. And it kind of, like you talking today was pretty much, a lot of it was in the movie, that sacrifice and not negotiating with faith, like when, I think it's a really powerful movie and really kind of how you put everything today was in the movie, and just to sacrifice it, how the brothers sacrificed and stayed, and it is that Islam and Christianity and politics, like, and sacrifice.
It's good that you brought that up. That's actually a case in point.
When the lady asked the question, I thought about the movie story.
And that's a really good case. The history of Algeria is a very important one. In the late 1950s, certain forms of radical Islam cooperated with certain communist forces in Algeria. This is what Ayatollah Khomeini learned. What happened after the revolution in Algeria is that the communists did the dirty and imprisoned and killed a lot of the Islamic revolutionaries that had cooperated. So that what you then had were a sequence of these very oppressive communist regimes and military regimes. And of course this then bred the reaction in the 90s that led up to all those horrific murders, not just of those Christian monks, but just general Muslims who didn't fit the scene. The Ayatollah in Iran did a number of deals with the left for the revolution that overthrew the Shah. But as I say, he learnt his lesson and took the opportunity and then imprisoned the left and executed them. But anyway, that's rather butcher. We won't dwell on that.
I'm glad that you brought up the film. It is a magnificent film, and if you haven't seen it and have a chance to see it, it's very, very beautiful. But the other thing, I just wanted to mention one Australian poet who I think is a great poet, and that's Francis Webb.
Yes.
And I think he'll go down, and he's getting
more attention.
More attention. I think he'll go down as one of our greatest poets.
Okay.
And I just wanted to say a very strong thank you to Robert for a magnificent course on this beautiful area. And I'm sure I speak for everyone here that we have been greatly enriched, but also our thinking has been clarified in this rather difficult milieu in which we live. And thank you very much, Robert, and I'm sure you're very much in all of our prayers and thoughts.
Very kind. Very nice. Thank you.
when you drew attention to Psalm 19 verse 4, the harmony of the spheres, it went back to what a final comment that I omitted from my remarks last week, in that all these modern telescopes that are rewriting the book about the celestial situation are radio telescopes, and that's almost a contradiction in words. Like a telescope is something that helps you see. The radio helps you hear. Listen to, and so you're not going to see a harmony of the skies, but you can hear the harmony of the planets. So that's where modern technology has got us. But reverting to your first half of the today's presentation, where you were talking about delusion, simulation, and that sort of thing, I just noticed over on the side there's a non-violent peacemaking in your community. Over there, and I'm just struck by my two little grandsons, the amount of attraction they've got, and I understand that it's pretty widespread. They're playing little Game Boy devices, and when I come and watch them, these little creatures have got arms and legs and heads, and they look like, they don't look like any other animals except human beings. They're coming along, and if they run past a certain point, they just get blasted to smithereens. I would say, in their minds, they've seen more death and execution on these little Game Boys by the time they're 10 than the whole roomful of us would have seen in a lifetime of films or books or anything else. Do you think that level of delusion is becoming more inherently violent? Is it going to license violence in the future more so?
I think Father Whelan actually has a very good story along that line that I think illuminates something along that line. He went to a general chaplaincy meeting. There was chaplains in the army, and I don't know if it was a Victoria Barracks or whatever. It was a training place. And he was shown the simulation programs that they had, big screens in which you have enemies coming, and then you have, your guns used at a point that therefore simulate death. And the military fellow said to him, he said, look, the reason this is really good, this is because what they'd found in battle scenes, after a battle scene, of many soldiers was that many of the soldiers in the thick of battle had not fired their gun. And the reason was because they had not been able to shoot another person, because when they had been killed, unfortunately, obviously the other person didn't have a compunction, but that was a problem. And the fellow told Michael that when you have that training that goes just with a bag, a formless bag, well, it doesn't convey that sense of a real human being. Whereas this computer simulations now do, incredibly so. So it actually allows you to be able to kill at a distance. I'm sure there still is a compunction. And you might think of the WikiLeaks stuff, when they had the helicopter hovering overhead that were killing those people in Iraq, and the responses thereof. Now, look, I'm sure those people in the helicopter, maybe, they did feel it, but the responses were very similar to what you hear with people playing computer games. That sense of, we got them, that sort of thing. So, I'm not too sure if it makes people more violent. I don't know about that, but I think that it allows the sense of the other to be diminished, because the other is being seen more and more within a simulated framework. And of course there's driving, that's a problem too with young people driving. It's like they think they're driving on a computer thing and they can crash a car and they'll just go back to the beginning and start again. Look, people aren't so naive, but it does slowly over time give the sense of a kind of insubstantial unreality to things. And I think that's where people feel most of the problem might be. But look, I should finish here because someone asked me my next thing on course is in July, the Bible and Literature, the Architecture of Sacred Meaning. Just very, very quickly, it's looking at the way in which the Bible is written in different forms of poetry, the narrative architecture, and how all of that is constructed in order to create a kind of appearing of meaning. So what it's doing is to show the last 40 years, modern biblical criticism has been incredibly critiqued in terms of the secular canon. It's been incredibly critiqued. Many of the old assumptions no longer hold. But many of the assumptions that inform a fundamentalist reading are just modernist. They're modernist. So what we're finding is obviously not the fundamentalism and not the biblical critical. What we're hearing about are things like canonical and narratival reading, the poetry of the Bible. So what that course is doing is looking at some examples of literature, like some of the poets, some writers who very much engage with the Bible, looking at how they interact in their poems and writings with the Bible, and then using that to then look at the Bible itself to see how it uses and structures its poetry and its literature. So that's the general thing in a nutshell. With that, then, we might finish. Thank you as well. Thank you.
Like my 12-year-old grandson does the walking. It's not real black grandson. But I'm having all today.